All right. So last time on Avernus, you went to a volcano, talked with a spicy boy, um, went on a
Spicy
fun
boy.
boat trip, talked to a blob,
Disgusting
um,
blob.
There's a lot of
uh,
talk.
did an amount. There was a lot of talking involved, indeed. Um, and now you are back at the barge, heading on your way back to the Iron Road and the Forge of Bel, as you have since acquired the location of, or at least information regarding the location of the 6 adamantine rods that Bel wanted you to retrieve. Yeah, so on the barge ride back, you're headed back from the outpost that they've constructed on the river Styx near one of these misty areas you've seen before that you identified as one of the locations where the abyss borders on the the Nine Hells, and is theoretically one of the entrances through which a number of demons could appear at any given moment. Who knows? Once again, on the path back, Arliss, your compass needle heats up in your pocket and pulls towards the mist as it did on the way here. And you're back on your way toward the forge with your... Does anyone remember what the barge buddy's name was? Is a spined devil who is rowing leisurely down the lane.
Did we give him a
Do
name?
not remember.
I don't
Can
remember.
we give him a name?
We do.
You
Yeah,
may-
that's also a valid question.
You may give him a name if you want.
He's Guitar George. Guitar George, the spine demon.
Guitar.
Guitar George. Guitar George the spine
Same
devil.
before.
Spine devil.
See, when he's not doing this, he just
Devil.
plays guitar.
I always say demon instead of devil. I don't know why.
And you are accompanied by the imp Balakros, who was guiding you to the barge and such throughout the devilish forces and camps. So, on your way back down the barge, your way down the barge is as eventful as it was on the way up. It's a bit faster because you're no longer fighting against the currents of the Styx, which is convenient for general travel. And you arrive back at the original docking station and the Iron Road in short order. Let's say half an hour. So a little bit of time passes. Enough time to have a conversation or two, as stated. So now that you've got some additional information, what would you all like to do?
There's one thing I wanted to, because going back in the recording, I realized that Gus was trying to ask questions before. I never got to ask them. So if Gus wanted to get some information at all.
I don't remember. I don't know if I remember what I was going to ask.
Oops.
I should have wrote that down probably.
I didn't write anything down. I'm terrible.
Yeah, I don't remember. I have like vague ideas of what I think it was just trying to have clarification. Probably is probably what it was. On like the whole agreement with Arliss and you. So I don't know. I don't have any questions off the top of my head. But if I do come across more, I'll make sure to ask you.
I just felt bad because it felt like we kind of paved over that, and because I forgot to, because I sent you the link to the thing, and then we just forgot about it.
Yeah. All right. So, whether or not you return to the forge proper, you do see, after walking down the Iron Road, that your vehicles have been patched up somewhat. After having given them over to the bearded devil mechanics who took care of them previously. So the Tormentor, the bigger vehicle that you have, has now been outfitted with plated metal armor. Unlike a lot of the infernal engines. Is that what I'm? Yeah. The vehicles.
Soul.
There's a term. I'm pretty sure it's infernal. It's gonna bother me.
The soul engine.
Infernal war machines. That's what I'm looking for. The infernal war machines that you had previously. The larger and more tank-like of them. Unlike the other infernal war machines that you've seen, who typically take their pieces from whatever they can. A lot of them are constructed of a myriad of organic bits, demon pieces, bone chunks, armor plating, weird metals. The armor that's been given to your tormentor is very clean, very shiny, it's like this nice layered plated metal that's got like a little bit of an angle to it, so it'll like to make it look like it'll deflect projectiles properly if someone were to like fire stuff at it.
Nice.
So they did a good job on that. The Devil's Ride looks somewhat untouched, other than maybe it's a bit polished, which is nice. But otherwise, it is unmodified.
There was nothing really wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
To begin with. Well, Gus is probably really excited to see it all shiny and new, so he's gonna walk up to it and give it a good
Radical.
like, ooh, shiny, ooh, shiny.
You can almost see your reflection in it. It's not quite mirror sheen, but it's like it's getting there.
Yeah,
and it'll definitely
Gus
last
like
at least 5 minutes.
I was gonna say we're about to drive this thing through God knows what. Oh, enjoy it while it lasts, buddy.
Yeah. So, Embra, the Bone Devil you've seen before, is kind of out near the front of the forge by the rides and recognizes that you've all come back and kind of gives you a nod of acknowledgement and stays at their post presently.
Yeah, hey, did you do this? Because this is looking pretty sick.
Oh no, the mechanics, not myself, but I appreciate. I'll make sure they get word of your satisfaction.
Oh yeah, you better tell them.
I will.
This is nice, okay? I've been in some pretty nice places, but this looks pretty. This looks pretty good.
Good to hear. Where are you all headed?
That's a good question. There was something about a pillar, a fallen ship.
Ship from the sky.
A lot of information was dropped on me along all of that mess. So forgive me if it's a little bit hazy.
I will remind you that there is also the sword to keep of Lulu's memories could be useful to us.
Well, yes, but there are other things that have to happen first.
And why would that be?
We're kind of in the middle of a job. I don't know if that's just been lost on you since we got off the barge.
Remember him saying we could take as much time as we want.
I agree.
I'd rather not spend that much time doing it.
I don't know. I mean, I believe I will remind you that we did promise our elephant friend before that we would again help them retrieve their memories. Did we not? We said that after here we would be going
but
there.
I feel like we're kind of skipping a few steps ahead. I'm not sure we're quite ready to get there yet.
What?
I don't have a firm argument against that yet, so I'll let you have it. But there are much clearer goals directly in front of us.
I don't know how clear the information we got from that blob was.
Well, we can get clarification rather easily. I mean, we're literally... Embra? Is it Embra? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What do you know of any significant pillars on this plane?
Pillars?
The Monument of Greed, if I remember correctly.
A monument to greed. Interesting. Now, forgive me. That does sound like a bit of a riddle. We don't. There isn't any specific location that I know of, at least, called the Monument to Greed. Anything else? Are you looking for this Monument of Greed?
Well, the Monument of Greed is kind of the signal to go to where we're supposed to be going. See, we're supposed to be going to a ship that's in the sky. It sets in the east.
Well, so Zerial's flying fortress is a bit all over the place. It is a ship, after all. But you'd said Fallen?
I don't remember.
This session was so fucking long ago.
The line was a ship fallen from the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. Fallen from... Yeah, I have a ship from the sky, not a ship fallen. There we go.
There is... The fortress, the flying fortress Zerial currently occupies is not the only one in existence. I do believe there is one... There's a wreck of one. I've never been there myself, but I know it sits... It's kind of hard to miss. It's far out there.
Is it east?
That sounds correct. Though it's been down for quite a while, so I'd worry... I'd say be careful. There may be things in it that, having taken host to it as a new home, perhaps.
Funny enough, eviction orders are possibly our specialty.
Good to hear, I suppose.
Geez.
Although, if you are heading east, for relative interpretations of east in this place, but I would be careful. We've gotten some scouting reports of potential dangers, some demonic activities in the area.
Oh, how highly unusual.
Above average, so to say.
I see. I would love to see what the standard looks like. All right, well, that answers some questions. It leads to more.
Well,
could I be reminded for a moment? Sorry. Where was the sword that, if we remembered it, as we remembered it, or at least the direction?
So Lulu, as with all of you, has a needle, has a compass needle,
Yes.
that points in a direction, and additionally has a conception of what the location looks like, which is the big alabaster palace that seemed to be it is being slowly consumed by this kind of like flesh-like substance all around it.
Disgusting. Okay.
So if I may say again, where are we going? Are we going to? Are we truly going to embark on this quest for your patron, ambassador, or will we be returning to our prior engagement before you roped us into this political machination of yours?
I don't know anything about that. You're just trying to help. He's the entire point of us doing this was so that we would have aid in the rest of our quest. As soon as we get done, we might have... Oh, God. You know what? You all decide. You all decide what we do now. Here are the reins. You are in control, oh mighty leader.
So if it was up to me, I'd follow my own compass. So, I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I am kind of a one-track mind when it comes to things, so I guess we kind of already started helping this Bell person, and so I think we should probably just wrap that up with a nice little bow and call it a day. I don't know about everybody else.
I remain adamant that we leave this mission for later and return to the things that we have yet to already do.
There is no guarantee that there will be a later. If we don't do it, then well.
If I am correct, then there's currently. If I am correct, then that crashed landed boat airship is not going anywhere.
I don't think the sword is going anywhere anytime soon either, so...
It's pretty damn stuck, isn't it? That's kind of the point, right? It's not exactly going to, alleviate itself of its, prison. We, on the other hand, our situation is changing by the minute.
Didn't this Bell say that he'd help us with L2 if we help him? So
that was
isn't
the agreement.
By doing this gonna, in theory, help us throughout the whole everything? I don't know.
I will be frank that I don't trust anything that comes out of that devil lord's mouth. Why would I?
I'm sorry, but that sounds like a you problem. Listen. This is what's laid before us. You make a choice.
Make a choice?
Make a choice.
Then I say we leave that for later and go see what we can do about elephant's memory.
I know. Let's democracy time. Let's everyone wants to follow Barnaby. Raise their hand. I forget waits.
How does Lulu vote?
True.
I mean, Lulu raises her trunk. She's like, me.
Yarla's out.
Ha! All right, and everyone for gathering up the rest of the supplies for the former Archdevil. Darlis?
Hand is raised.
Yarlo is also not raising his hand.
All right, so Yarlo abstains. That makes 3 against 2.
I just have one question. What is the most direct way? What is going to be the most helpful thing for us to get El Turel back from this plane? Whatever the answer to that is, that's what I think we should do.
Well, if you have any ideas, let me fucking know, because these are the 2 things that I know of. And I don't think we're ready for one of them yet. My gods! All right, we're getting the supplies. I have made the decision. The decision is made. Do as you will, Barnaby. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't think arguing is going to get us anything any sooner. So I suppose we should just choose one.
Right. Now, that's a dangerous proposition.
Yeah, Barnaby does actually turn to Lulu and said, Lulu, if it is your wish, I would gladly take you to the palace with the sword. Let them follow the whatever the devil wants.
Let's say something cheesy.
Sorry.
It's too dangerous with just me and you.
And so you would rather that we stay with them?
She kind of she makes a sort of non-committal sound.
Barnaby doesn't look. Lulu should note that Barnaby doesn't look happy at all. Like, I don't know what that does to little sweet old Lulu.
It's just too much for just you and me. It's too big.
If that is what you say, then I'll listen to you. Barnaby will just get on the motorcycle and turn it on.
The all-knowing.
You look back towards the entrance, and there are 3 different bone devils looking around the corner of the gate, just As soon as you look over, you duck back around the other side.
Is Embra still lingering?
Oh yeah, they're posted at the gate itself.
I see. So we have a general direction. What if we actually take a moment to look at the map? Kind of in game space. Less so than actually looking at a map.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and look. I'm actually just going to pull up my physical copy of the map because that's easier than looking at an image.
Search the files for...
Because I believe...
She big.
Big friend, yeah. Yes, so it is a location pointed out on the map.
I was going to say, because if it's been down for some time, maybe it is marked on the map.
Yeah, so you can, with careful study of the map, attempt to route a location to figure out a path to it. I believe there are rules for this.
Yeah. Should I roll?
There is an roll to make, but I am attempting to remember what it is. I believe it's in the Avernus rules.
Get all my shit rolls out of the way. Or get all my good rolls out of the way.
Even better.
Aha, okay.
Some of these things, I'm not sure if they're...
So yeah, you specifically, Advocate, are going to attempt to navigate?
Unless someone would like to assist.
It's not that kind of roll.
Ew. I guess I can, yeah.
Alright, so I'm going to need you to roll 2d4 and tell me if they match.
This is weird. Okay, let me find the second d4. Where's my punky boys? What the fuck is wrong with this d4? I just realized that the one I pulled out is super weird and I don't know how to read it. This is the weirdest d4 I've ever seen.
Usually they can either be on the top, like the points, or they can be on the faces. Or sorry, the edges
I
instead
got a 2 and a 3.
vertices.
2 and a 3.
2 and a 3? Okay, cool. So as you're holding the map and kind of so you spot what you think is oh, that looks vaguely like what we're looking for, right?
Oh jeez! Oh no!
And here I have. I'm gonna throw the map in the chat again. Oh, that's the
Text your voice
uncompressed
or-
file, isn't it?
Big boy.
It sure is a multi-megabyte image file.
Ah,
Yeah.
large.
Big friend.
Is there anything different on this one than the one you sent before?
Nope. But if you'll
Okay.
note in this image, kind of on the right third near the bottom, there is a structure jutting from the grounds of Avernus. And given the description of this, also, I don't know if you did, but I know that Yarlo has seen one of the flying fortresses before, and would probably be able to recognize it as an image on the map. So as you are looking at it, there are whispers emanate out from the map.
What the fuck?
To you, not telepathically, but audibly to you and the people around you. And as you kind of focus in on this particular location and the whispers, they kind of give you a guiding sense of where to go and how to get there.
Advocate just kind of holds the map at like arm's length and just kind of like looks to the rest of everyone else like, has it done
What
this
the fuck?
before?
You haven't used it before.
Have we not?
No, you've never used it before.
Jeez Louise. Yarlo wants to know if he can look over it and see if that's correct.
Absolutely, you may.
We've made the correct assumption.
Yeah, you can see that the particular destination that has been picked out is correct.
All right, fair enough. Oh, all right. I think we have a sense of the direction and goal here. So let us away.
All right. Would you like to mount up and get moving?
Room.
Yay.
Rad.
Let's do this.
All right. So that would be Barnaby on the Devil's Ride and everyone else in the Tormentor, right?
Well, yeah.
Correct.
Cool. What's his name? The imp stays behind.
Yeah, figured as much.
Having fulfilled their task, Balakros is going to stick around at the forge to execute other duties. So, you're on your way. You rev up your engines and you start skittering across the wasteland at a reasonable speed, one would assume.
How are we doing on fuel?
So, one thing you notice as you begin driving the vehicles is, in addition to them being repaired, they have been fully refueled. So they have a full 48 hours of fuel, or they can hold up to 72. They both have a full 48 hours of fuel in them. So, you make your way across the Avernian wastes. Would anyone like to make a perception check for me? As they ride out into the wastes at the behest of a whispering map.
What kind of
Can I even do that?
perception check would we be making? Like, I hate to bring up my smell thing again, but like, this is sight based.
How well do you smell in like 60 mile per hour sulfurous winds?
Well, I
Probably
guess I
not
wouldn't smell very well unless I can smell the scent of devil across it. I don't know. No.
It's a neat idea, but I think the speed at which you are moving is going to negate a lot of the advantage you would get otherwise.
Alrighty. So.
Also, Caroline, I don't know if it was purposeful or not, but your camera knocked out.
Alrighty.
Knocked it out. I was hoping that would help a bit.
It has, actually, now that you
It
mention
really
it.
has.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
figured.
pretty good. I actually got a unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20.
I got a 13.
Alright, 13's pretty good.
Figured I'd have disadvantage because it's me looking out and just the wind in my face.
It's covered in
Like,
I
dust.
still kind of want to
right.
roll just for the hell of it.
Barnaby has thick eyelids or something. I don't know.
Long eyelashes.
I
Gotta
want to
acquire
just
goggles.
do it.
Go for it.
The first one was a 2.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good, gotta
Well,
say.
7.
Rocking that dude.
7.
Yeah, so, Gus, one of the things you notice is you spot the road gang you'd encountered before, previous day, in the distance. They're hanging out. It looks like they're on a kind of a patrol in the area. The way you've been directed to go, it doesn't look like it's going to cross paths with them, but you can distinctly see them in the distance. Barnaby, with a much more acute sense, you look a bit further past that, and in the twilight lit kind of a general lightness of the craggy landscape in the distance, you notice like weird little dark spots way in the distance.
Beyond the patrol?
Very much so.
I guess Barnaby will call out to Lulu to fly alongside him for a moment.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, dear Lulu, could you perhaps inform the others in the large buggy there that beyond that patrol there are several dark spots of what one could only presume to possibly be another larger party of. Do these dark spots appear to be more numerous than the?
There's dark spots in the far distance.
Appear to be another party of. I'm not quite sure beyond the patrol that we already see.
So kind of give like a quick nod as much as she can and just kind of flaps just a little bit harder with her little wings to try and catch up to the buggy. And like flies alongside up into like Gus's view and does a sort of like trunk wave of like, I have something to tell you.
Lay it on me.
There's stuff ahead.
I could see that already.
But they're
I
like,
can see all those people. Weren't we avoiding them before? Are we going to continue to do that?
wait, sorry, I missed a little bit. Hold on. Let me mute some shit.
Well, because we had seen these people before, and we made a point to avoid them in the past. So Gus is just was planning on avoiding them. He sees them.
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
just was planning on avoiding them.
She gives a little like affirmative gesture and just kind of like flutters back to fly back alongside the Barnaby. I can't speak today. Ugh.
All right. As you continue, you notice an interesting disturbance in the weather. There appear to be clouds gathering over the terrain ahead of you. Big,
spooky yellow clouds?
brown, dusty clouds, and then it looks almost like they're composed of dust, rather than the more typical water vapory whiteness of an overworld cloud, so to speak. And every once in a while, you see a spark of lightning, but maybe a little, not quite as bright as lightning. Something a little darker, a little redder, flows through it. Up above you.
I'm gonna fucking die
Like
on
that
this
shit.
thing.
Magical hellstorm.
Just the
Barnaby
casual
and I are
hellstorm.
in like the most risk because we're just out in the open on like these giant metal boxes, basically.
I guess you can come back down and just like squish down in
Is
here.
there
with
not
us.
a room?
Does there appear to be an edge to the storm at all? Like, is it in our way? Would we have to go around?
If
the
you
storm?
wanted to detour to avoid it entirely, it would be a very large detour.
Are those clouds the same thing that was looming in the distance behind the?
No, those are still
Okay.
there. They're somewhat obscured now, much harder to see now that the storm has seemed to roll in. The environment around you in general has gotten a lot more foggy now that the clouds have rolled in. And as you keep driving, you note a bit of a mountain range, or at least big craggy hills come up on, I'll say, the right side of you as you're headed east, so that'd be to the north. And the terrain has very much gone from desert and dust to more of a dirt and rocks terrain, as in general. As you keep driving out of the mist, you see kind of faintly in the distance toward the hill this tall tower. It looks like it's octagonal in shape, rising up out of the ground, and then near the top of the tower itself, it splits apart into 5 different distinct spires up at the top of it. And you can just make out through the fog, but still below the clouds, the silhouette of a dragon circling above the tower.
Oh shit!
Getting a little bit closer to it, you're still in the magnitude of hundreds of feet to maybe like half a mile away. But it's tall, it's visible, it's a very clear landmark. Gus and Yarlo, both of your compass needles heat up.
Oh,
Is it in the direct? Is it in is the storm moving towards it?
The storm is above it and past it.
Okay.
It is near the edge of the storm.
So we can see the silhouette of the dragon. Does the dragon have like a particular color to it, or like can we tell any?
Go ahead
other-
and give me a perception check.
yeah.
Try
Gus
and
would
ascertain
also.
some things about this tower.
Gotcha. Gus, seeing this, is also going to get a. He's seeing his compass go like towards
Yeah, go
it.
for
He's
it.
going to be like, oh,
19?
perception.
90 is pretty good.
Perception.
Yes, please.
17.
Both quite good. Specifically looking at the dragon flying above Advocat, you note that it is white.
Okay.
Looking at the tower in general, Gus, as your observation takes, you note a few things. The shape itself, you see what looks like a trench dug all around it, a pretty wide, pretty deep trench, and you see like what looks like a little bit of movement in there, but you can't quite make it out at this distance. And you also note a couple more, what looks like the long necks of dragons poking out of a couple of windows in the tower higher up.
Gus
Advocate will
like
kind
the.
Advocate will kind of comment offhandedly, like half to Gus, half to whoever the fuck is listening. Is just like, you know, dragons are known for their greed. Maybe that's what they were talking about.
Barnaby will call out from the motorcycle. I suggest I do not suppose we are going to run straight into the storm. As much as it pains me to say so, we should probably take a detour of some sorts.
Just about as you say that,
I want to go.
the hot lightning-y sparks you'd seen from above start to take shape not so much in the form as strikes downward as much as they begin to swirl from above into a bit of a tornado, and then very slowly develops licks of flames down from the clouds until you get these cyclones of flame reaching up from the clouds down to the surface of the ground. They're still in the distance. There's maybe 3 or 4 cyclones total, given this entire storm over the course of a good number of miles of square miles of space. If you drive through them, it doesn't seem like it would be too difficult to avoid them, but it would be quite detrimental if you were on foot, likely. As the winds seem to have picked up quite heavily.
We would also be still driving through a dust storm.
It's not as dusty.
Oh, okay.
Remember, this is the more rocky, dirty area as opposed to the dust of wastes.
Right.
The clouds themselves are dusty, to be fair.
As Gus is driving this vehicle, he's just gonna go for it.
So you're driving, you take a look at it's just like, cool tower.
Sees fire tornadoes. Nah.
Oh my god.
Alright, so Gus is gunning it for the tornadoes.
God.
Gunning it for the storm.
He's not like going faster, but he's definitely going in the direction.
Not stopping, pointedly.
Yeah. And he's kind of like fixated on it.
Mm-hmm.
His eyes, and he's like,
what a lovely day.
This is the first
What a lovely, lovely day.
This is the first time Arliss isn't like smiling or laughing. He's just like, oh dear gods.
He's gonna kind of like bang 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 on the roof and be like, Arliss, you might want to get your ass down here right now.
Arliss thinks is that there's literally no room in there, so he's just kind of up top hugging his knees to his chest and is just like, this is all right, I guess. This is fine.
Grabby hands.
Barnaby is going to like slowly accelerate alongside Gus and say, "My dear small friend, it would appear that you have perhaps mistakenly directed yourself towards the Tower of Dragons. Perhaps may I suggest we take a different route than the one that leads us to a tower full of drakes?"
No.
I said what you were saying, and I respect your desire to see dragons, but I will remind you, dragons, very large, larger than myself, very dangerous.
So Gus, are you headed through the storm in the same direction you were, or are you headed toward the Dragon Spire?
Where is my compass telling me to go?
So your personal compass,
yes,
is, and as is Yarlow's, is directing you toward the tower. The map that you have with navigation is still guiding you through the storm.
Actually,
Gus wants it though. Yeah, Gus is gonna go.
Who am I to get between a kobold and what he wants?
Yeah.
Pile of money and dragon.
Brethren have assembled. I must follow the call.
All right. So the rest of you in the vehicle also notice that you've taken a bit of a right turn, albeit away from the storm, but toward the tower full of dragons.
I thought they were one and the same. I thought the Tower of Dragons was in the storm. Is it not?
It's on the edge of the storm. You're moving away from the core of the storm, like where the fire vortexes are.
Just looking out for all of us. That's all I'm doing.
Pit stop. Wait for the storm to go ride it out. You know, it's fine.
That looks like shelter to me.
I think the shelter's already taken. Is the problem? It seems to belong to some very powerful entities.
You don't know. The last place we were at, there was all these skeleton people, and they were friendly.
Yes,
so
and I had a
wouldn't the
direct
dragon?
invitation. Gus, you
Only
are
why?
very small. They are very large, and this is not going to end well for anyone.
My birthright is my birthright is my invitation. Okay.
Gus, I'm going to forcibly rip you out of that seat if you don't make us go somewhere else.
Dear Gus, I'm not exactly sure of that you're entirely knowledgeable of the dynamic between dragon and kobold.
They'll probably eat you, frankly.
So as you are speeding toward the Tower of Dragons,
Gosh.
You've gotten a bit closer now that you're headed toward it as opposed to beside it.
No.
And now those of you on the Tormentor, specifically a little bit higher off the ground, can now see that big trench that Gus noticed previously, much more prominent. And the small movements in it you can see now are all these, there's a lot of vaguely humanoid figures just kind of shambling around in this big trench.
That's concerning.
Surrounding the tower, but you do see one very sturdy looking bridge across it. Inside of that is this big craggy rock that's been placed inside of the center of this trenches that serves as the foundation for the rest of the tower.
Gus, this has been very entertaining in the loosest terms possible. But if we do not reroute immediately, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I swear to the gods above.
Gus will just stop the vehicle. He wants to get as good of a look at this place to make the best judgment he can.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
He wants to stop the vehicle.
Okay. Yeah. So kick up a 6 skid mark.
Can I get any more details about, like, you said there are, like, dragons in the, like, windows and that sort of thing?
So the tower itself is quite tall. Like I said, octagonal in shape. So it's, what's a good arbitrary number? 350 feet tall? That seems reasonable.
Sure.
It's very tall. It's a good number of stories, quite a few stories before it, the tip, the apex of the tower expands out into 5 distinct spires at the top of it. You still see the large white dragon circling overhead. Much more clear that it is a white dragon now that you're closer. And you see, just like from the neck forward, there are a couple of dragons looking out from the sides of the tower higher up.
Do they appear to be, like, patrolling, or, like, what?
They're watching the fire tornadoes.
Oh, okay,
currently.
Cool. Nice. Are there any, like,
one,
guards
now that you're closer, you can see
outside?
one's black and one's blue. Of the ones that are of the 2 that are sticking out and looking at the vortexes. Sorry.
Are there any, like you said, there's a quite sturdy bridge? Is there any like dragons or anything like that, like at the bridge, or is it just like ominous pit of?
There's
torture?
there's no guards. No.
Okay.
Not currently.
And is there like a doorway to get into the place? That's like, is it an archway that you can just go through, or is it like
the tower itself, like the island upon which the tower sits, there don't appear to be any there are no guards at the gate or on the other side that you, not like explicitly standing there like waiting. No one is at guard, so to speak. But there's this kind of big wrought iron fence all around the inside of the, on the edge of that island, surrounding the trench. And you see a few humanoid figures walking around on the island itself, a couple of which seem to have taken note of you. You notice one is this kind of like quite large... large but medium size, but large in stature. figure, like very much like all black, holding this big staff with this kind of green smoke wisping up from it, who appears to have this like big pointy black shell on their back.
Looks a little threatening. Yeah, Gus is gonna turn to everyone else and be like, "But I want to go."
Gus, have you ever seen a dragon before in real life? Before now?
Oh, no.
Well, I have, and I'm not really looking forward to a repeat experience. So I vote no.
I've also never seen an archdevil, but that was changed today.
Well, did you ever? I don't think you actually did get to see him, did you?
Belle?
Mm-hmm. You didn't get to go?
Yeah, no, we were all inside.
Oh, wait, we did?
After
okay, right,
you had your talk with them.
That's right. We fetched you. Okay. I thought for some reason I had it in my head that you didn't come in the room with us.
I didn't at first, but then, yeah, I did come in for the... I think I did. We'd have to watch the record. Whatever.
We can say that you did.
Okay.
For convenience's sake. Oh my goodness. I don't really have a proper response for that. It's not exactly equivalent to this moment. It's a bit of a strange
dragon, big scary.
As you're talking, the figure with the acridly smoking staff you saw before is now walking away from the tower towards the bridge.
Gus,
Arliss is slamming down on the roof. Really just, like, banging it. What the fuck, guys? Come on!
Messed up. Oh, boy.
Gus, if you don't put your foot down right now on that gas pedal.
Gus is going to turn around slowly. Turn the car around and start going into the literal hellstorm instead, which to him seems just as dangerous.
I mean, it's not much better, but at least they're not conscious of, it's not something that's consciously going to eat us if we get...
That figure doesn't look... He just looks a little spooky, and Gus isn't super sure.
Barnaby, are we turning around right now?
Yeah.
Barnaby will, is going to motorcycle right up to the. I'm guessing is the man on the bridge now, or the person, the human.
Yeah, the figure is now like. They were like walking across the bridge toward the pair of vehicles, but now that you've turned around, it's just kind of standing there on the middle of the bridge. You can see if I don't know if any of you would or would not recognize this. Maybe we can decide that for a world building thing. But they are a turtle, which is a turtle person, and they're just scowling. They're not like threateningly, just like they have a bad case of resting bitch face.
Barnaby is going to, as Gus turns around, slowly drive up to them and say, "Hello there. I apologize for our kobold friend. We do not mean any harm. We are turning around. We will be leaving promptly."
See that you do, unless you have further business.
We do not have business here. We do not have business here, to my knowledge. At the very least, please, again, forgive us. Have a wonderful eternal twilight.
It is lovely, isn't it?
It is an acquired taste, I suppose. Then Barnaby turns around and then starts. And starts driving off.
What the heck?
So you drive into the firestorm.
Yay!
As you do so, now that you're in cars, you note that, again, it would likely be much more difficult to do this if you weren't in vehicles. They're very much holding you down. Barnaby, you note that your personal weight, in addition to the weight of the vehicle itself, is keeping you very firmly on the ground. But were you, say, on a horse, there is a fair chance that you might get picked up into these cyclones.
Yeah, 400 pounds, baby.
The Tormentor is faring quite well.
Die.
Sorry. Could
I
you
have the
repeat?
vehicle, so I don't die.
That seems like a good idea.
Are you coming back down? Finally.
I kick my way in. I'm like, move over.
It's a little
shove that
tight.
in
Man,
the
shelter.
It's like when you try to fit 3 people into the back of a sedan. It technically works, but it's a little tight.
No one's really happy
Shoulder
about
bend.
it, but you got to make it work.
Mm-hmm. Either you're not excited because you're in the middle, or you're slightly annoyed because there's the one person who seems a little too excited to be the person in the middle. The winds battering against your vehicular transport are making it a little bit more difficult to maneuver, but not by much. The Tormentor's got a lot of power in it. Both of the vehicles are very freshly fueled. They're running at optimum capacity. So what I would like you both to do is make a survival check to safely predict and avoid the fire cyclones.
May I add my vehicle proficiency to this?
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay. Survival ain't the greatest. It's definitely a +0. Okay, I got a 15.
Character.
Slowly pulls out PHB. It's time to make a new friend.
Oh.
Oh, don't worry. I already have one in mind.
This is not a.
That.
You have done things to make this not a particularly difficult check. I will state in the first place.
I got a 15. But
8.
8. Okay.
Not a good roll.
Gus, you're doing quite well. You're. This was not. You didn't think this was a problem to begin with, and it sure isn't. You note where they're going. You see where they're going. You're doing maybe a little bit of a swerve, but you managed to scoot past them.
He's gonna make sure to do that on purpose, though, because he is a little spiteful that we didn't get to go to the Dragon Tower.
So you're getting a little closer to them, just because you want to.
Just, every time there's a slight jolt, he makes it a little bit more intense than it needs to be. He's like, "Oh, this is so dangerous! Look at how dangerous this is, guys!" Yeah,
amazing.
Probably a bad time to announce the cat gets car sick.
And Barnaby, you got an 8. So, you misjudge the current that one of the cyclones is taking. And you end up getting battered by the wind toward it in a way. I think what happens is it catches the front of your wheel in a way you didn't expect and weren't braced for, and it cuts to the side, and you end up swerving off a lot closer to one of the fire cyclones than you intend to. How many D10 do I have?
Oh, come on. I mean, at least I have
no, Lulu is with Barnaby.
Lulu is. And let's see.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way she'd probably be able to fly through this in the first place. So
Yeah, she's been
you wouldn't happen to have resistance to fire damage, would you?
No, I would not. I mean, I have a thick hide.
And the Devil's Ride has no armor. Because it sure is a motorcycle. It is immune to fire damage. Luckily, your bike will be fine. So go ahead and take 13 fire damage for me.
Does 13 fire damage? Or?
Correct. It wasn't a complete failure.
Would Lulu take that?
Lulu will also take that.
Come
Where's the thing? And I'm gonna ask you. Let's pose this question to the room. Do you think getting too close to a cyclone of fire would warrant a vehicular mishap in exchange for inspiration?
I would. Well, I mean, a vehicular mishap has kind of already happened. I would say.
Yeah, that's what Yarla was saying. I feel like since it's immune to fire, maybe I guess like the high winds, maybe, but I don't know.
Maybe the engine gets overheated. But it's
sure.
also, and it's like I don't know anything about vehicles.
What is car?
Infernal vehicles. What is car? What is soul car?
How it go? It just do.
I'll leave it up to Barnaby. If you say yes, I'll give you inspiration. If otherwise, you don't get a mishap.
Sure, I'll take a mishap.
Rad. All right, so you note that the with the cutting into the thing with the front tires, the wheel ends up skidding a bit harder than you would like, and for one reason or another, the front wheel well of the Devil's Ride starts spewing smoke. Not just like around, but like up into your face.
Oh boy.
So your vehicle now has a malfunction, which you may choose to fix with immediacy. You can attempt to repair it while you are driving it effectively by making a dexterity check. I'll let you add your vehicle proficiency. But in the meantime, it is very difficult to see currently.
What a predicament. You're muted.
Barnaby will make an attempt to make an immediate repair. He just like gets a little wrench out or something, or I don't know, something.
Pocket wrench.
Yeah, and he's doing it with his trunk, so he can actually drive.
Lean
at the
over
same.
All right, so go ahead and make a dexterity check with your vehicle proficiency.
Oh, come on.
You got it.
That's another 8. Oh, wait, but I can use my inspiration and roll again. Natural 20. There we go. Natural 20.
Defect. Use the inspiration gained from giving your vehicle a defect.
And
nothing of value was lost or gained.
The flavor was added.
I do love flavor.
Look, arguably, I would have lost more from, not being able to see in the middle of
driving directly into a fiery cyclone. Might be a little bit of a problem.
It's just really good. I was like halfway expecting it too. I like that.
Me too. Using the inspiration you got for.
So yeah, you got this smoke coming out of your wheel well, and you're just like, oh shit, and then you grab a wrench with your trunk and just like smack it real hard, and the piece that was scraping against the inside of the well to cause all of the smoke comes loose and like fires off into the distance behind you, and then the smoke stops just in time for you to swerve out of the way of another incoming fire cyclone.
Oh, wonderful.
Wee.
Just a little singed.
But you know, play, baby.
But as the smoke clears, it looks like you're getting toward the edge of the storm itself. And you see rising out of the distance, coming from the thicker fog, a very large object stuck in the sand at about a 20-degree angle. A ship that looks more like a sword's blade than any kind of vehicle you've seen before, stuck down in the sand, and it looks like it's been pretty ripped to shreds. There are big holes in the side of it. There's lots of armor pieces and miscellaneous machinery fallen around it. And it's quite rusty. It looks like it's been here for a good while. And as you approach, you note that there is another infernal war machine here.
Oh shit!
There is a single motorcycle near the wreck itself.
Well,
Any markings on it? Like perhaps like little insignia of sorts?
Go ahead and make perception. I think if you're looking for details that small, I'm going to assume that you have driven up to the vehicle and stopped and gotten out and are looking at it.
I mean, sure. Yes.
All right. So,
unless you somehow have back pocket binoculars.
the binocucom. Yeah, so you all arrive and get out. And yeah, you can go over and investigate the Devil's Ride parked nearby if you would so choose. Go ahead and roll investigate for me.
That's gonna just be an 8.
Is it like safe to get out now? Is it?
Yeah, so you've managed to pass. You're maybe on the edge of the storm, but all the cyclones are near the middle. So you're safe to exit and walk around freely. There are no discernible notes of rank or allegiance on this particular ride.
Oh, well.
We'll ride it.
How large is it? Is it like Barnaby's, or is it
the Devil's Ride? It's about the same. It looks like it was made. So the Devil's Ride you have was very clearly made by Mad Maggie's mechanics, Chukka and Clonk. In that they have a particular haphazard style would probably be a kind way to put it. The Devil's Ride that's parked here looks more forged, more manufactured. Much less organics, a lot more machinery.
And does it look new, old? Has it been sitting here? Is there any way to tell?
Does it look recent?
Go ahead and it doesn't look old. Okay. If you want more details than that, you can go ahead and make an investigation check.
I'll do that.
For details regarding age.
Natural 20.
Nice. Yeah, so you kind of give it a once over, and you notice that the souls that run infernal engines, something you've noted, is that the car doesn't have to be on. The engine doesn't have to be on for the souls to be consumed. It's raw time.
Right. So it's like once the timer started.
This engine still has quite a bit in it.
Oh my.
So theoretically, one of us could.
I was just saying,
sit
it's
on
right
it
now.
and take it.
Oh,
Sure.
But
this could be ours.
We would also be depriving it of whoever else is here, and we should find whoever else is here first.
Could be making a.
Oh, don't give me that, Ambassador. I heard that.
Yeah, let's. You're right. Let's focus on what we came here for, and then if it's finders keepers,
From your position standing at the base of the tower, you also see what look like a number of vultures circling the top of the ship itself.
Don't like that. That's not good. Or maybe that's very good. It means there's no sign of life. Or they're waiting for more life to have ended. Anyways.
Could be stumbling upon dead people.
Is there a clear entrance? Or
Many, in that the hull has a lot of holes in it.
I see.
So it's stuck probably a full deck into the dirt. There's many. I'm gonna 8 decks. It's got 8 decks, from the bottom to the top. and the first 1.5 are buried in the sand, and the rest are far above. There's lots of holes in the sides of this thing, and presumably a way to traverse up and down. I don't know how well you know your fiendish flying fortress architecture.
Surprisingly, probably not that
That's
well.
you didn't spec into that when you did character creation, and that's an understandable decision for the kind of build your character was looking for. So, presumably there's a way to traverse upward once inside, or you could attempt to climb the exterior.
I'm gonna say
No.
It's at a 20-degree angle. So it's it would be quite steep.
Mostly upright.
It's gonna be awkward to traverse from the inside and hard to climb.
So it's just hard to navigate. I think it's kind of going to be
precisely two equally good options.
I say we go inside.
I know. Well, okay. Gus has, since he's the thief, the roguish archetype that I have is the thief. He does have second-story work.
Yeah, so you won't have a problem climbing the exterior of this thing.
Grapple up like a little skitter.
It's rusty. You've got good claws. Like this would be a piece of cake for you to just go
He's just
up.
a fucking gecko. Sticky feet.
Yeah, he's going to do that, and he's going to. He said there's like holes and shit all over it. Like I'm guessing that are like quote unquote like window kind of things where you can see inside.
There are a few kind of like porthole shaped ones, though most of the holes in the exterior of it don't look constructed.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they're holes, I could still see inside. Of
definitely
the building. Okay. If no one's going to accompany him climbing, he's going to make sure to like have an eye on them while he's climbing from the outside.
Yeah, Lulu's gonna see you doing this and kind of like follow along and also try to like scan. Obviously, not going too close to the vultures because.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you and Lulu have any good avoiding getting spotted by demonic vultures skills?
She doesn't want to.
Friends.
Sneaky boy.
Yeah, stealth works.
May I roll for that?
Absolutely.
I guess Lulu can try to stealth, but like
you are Lulu is a golden elephant flying out in the landscape above a conspicuously dark
she's
metal wreck.
mostly looking out for Gus and then just like also scanning. So
Rad.
I got a 19.
19's pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't roll super great. Sadly, I mean, luckily, I get expertise and stealth, but still.
Yeah, they don't seem to have been disturbed.
Oh, okay.
They look like since you have successfully stealthed, and can thus observe them freely, they appear to be in a bit of a searching pattern. They're high up enough that they haven't. They seem to have spotted the rides, but that seems too far down for them to bother with currently. So they're looking a lot more near the top of this structure itself and the nearby hills. So they're kind of in
Oh, okay. So they're not.
It's not like circling this location specifically as much as they are kind of patrolling the elevation.
They don't want anyone up there, is what Gus is taking from that.
All right. So yeah, you're doing some recon. It sounds like so you're kind of like peeking into the holes. Yeah, go ahead and make just a general perception check for like scouting out the bits. Let me know if you want to go all the way to the top though.
If I were to go all the way up to the top, I wouldn't like. I want to still be like at the edge. I wouldn't like maybe like peer up, but
sounds
not
good.
actually.
And your stealth roll would stand.
Okay. 12.
12. For perception?
Perception. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the The interior is as wrecked as the exterior. And one of the more prominent things you notice as you're looking through it is that there are a non-zero number of corpses inside the thing, although most of them have been very much, and by corpses I mean very much skeletons.
Okay.
These bodies have been stripped clean. There are two primary types of bodies that you note. One that is very much more. So the bone devils you remember observing, like Embra, as you've encountered very recently. There are several of those forms stripped of all skin, flesh, eyes, everything, just skeletons, which makes them look a lot like they already did, but more so. And additionally, these humanoid, dog-like creatures. You see a good number of those strewn in the mix.
They're all dead. Or
All dead.
Appear to
None
be
moving. None obviously reanimated.
Can I, like, you said this is like a crumbly building?
Yeah.
Can I take, like, a crumble of this building and, like, throw it in there as, like, a...
Yeah, you can, like, so it's made of metal. It's a ship, so it's big, thick iron stuff. I sent a picture of this previously, right?
I think so.
Here.
Maybe.
I know I have a picture of an operational one. I don't think there's art
you
of the
sent a
ruined
picture
one.
of what it looks like when it's in the air.
Here we go. Boop. So it's this big metal tower that flies vertically through the air.
Wow. Okay.
So it's stuck. The bottom of it is stuck in the ground, and the hull is all. So it's made of this like big dark iron. But yeah, you can just like grab a hunk. You can like scrape off a hunk of rust and like huck it in there if you want.
Like, see if there's any stirrings about in there.
Yeah, absolutely. So you just like find the nearest biggest pile of skeletons and just like or maybe more drop it to make it seem natural if there is something
he's
in
not
there.
like trying to like put attention on where it's been thrown from, but more like
You give it a nice perk.
You're doing the stealth game rock throw.
yes.
Yeah, so cool. None of the skeletons move. The rust that falls from the edge that ends up disturbing a number of the bones themselves doesn't really appear to do much. Though you're like, is it okay to say that you're like halfway up the height of the tower?
Yeah.
You drop the rust, it disturbs some things. You hear an audible gasp from inside on the floor, and you spot a figure that steps out of a portion that you couldn't see at the time. They look mostly human, except they have red eyes and kind of claw-tipped fingers. They're wearing what looks like a priest's clothing made mostly of orange and teal.
Is it more like a gasp of
Just
like,
surprised, just like wasn't expecting a noise to happen.
Gotcha.
He kind of like looks around for a moment, and is just like
Yes.
all right.
Yes.
And he kind of like slinks, goes back out of sight to where you don't quite see him. You can follow him if you wanted to.
Yeah, I guess from the outside, find the next hole that might look into where he would go.
Yeah, so you can kind of follow him from the. I think so. I imagine like so he's moving around on the deck on the inside, and I'm imagining that you're just like crawling around the outside and like finding a hole, and then he like moves out of sight, and you just like crawl around to a different bit and look into that bit, which absolutely works. So yeah, you spot him. He appears to be looking for something. He's like scavenging around the ruins. He's not saying much. He's just kind of perusing. He's particularly interested in. He doesn't appear interested in the corpses. He's just kind of like going room to room on the deck that you've spotted him on. If you wanted to get a better look into his intentions, I'd say you could roll insight if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'd like to see if he is he the cause of this thing, or if he's just like in there.
Yeah, go for it.
Just searching for clues of something else. Insight, fuck. 4.
4. You don't really know what he's up to, but you get the feeling that he's probably not responsible for destruction on this scale.
Okay. Well, okay. Of like the dead bodies inside.
Yeah, he doesn't appear to have an immediate direct connection.
Okay.
Hey,
Also, I have a picture of the figure.
Yes. Yes. I've been waiting.
I don't know who this is, but
Who is this?
Some guy.
Just some guy. Gus is gonna. Is there any holes that he could fit through?
Yeah, quite a few.
He's just gonna poke his head through and just be like, "What are you doing?"
He was like, shit.
What you doing?
Hey. I'm scavenging the usual. How about you, bud?
This is a pretty dangerous place. Why would someone like you want to be here?
Same hat.
From around here.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ. That's not important.
Sure. Not important.
But what are you doing here?
Just looking around, see what's up.
Are you responsible for all those bodies?
No, they came with the property.
Oh, you own this place, huh?
Not currently, I suppose. It's not. It was a jest. I was attempting. I appreciate the assumption of such grandiose wealth, but no.
Hold on a second. I'll be back. You better stay here, okay?
Right. Yes.
I guess he's gonna pop his head out and signal that we should meet this person, because he's assuming that this is the person's that had the bike outside. So he's gonna do a heckin' climb down and report everything to everybody.
And you're saying they looked human? You said?
You wouldn't know.
I'm
But when
not
I-
mistaken
but-
in recognizing the picture that you said as Gideon, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
So.
That's. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Wow.
Although I think your description of him doesn't quite jive
No.
with my memory, so I'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll explain his clothes, I guess. The red, the orange and the blue stoof on him and all that. But
I don't know if those are
enough. Okay, no, that's fine.
like clothings of a Lathander or whatever god.
Jarl was just like, neat.
There's some dude there. Great.
He seemed friendly. I think we should meet up with them.
I mean, if you
Already.
say so.
Seems well enough to me. Barnaby will start walking.
Oh, jeez.
We start essentially attempting to retrace Gus's path, I guess.
I didn't get to play with dragons today, so I think I will follow Barnaby and
We didn't get to play with dragons because we didn't let the dragons chew on us like doggy toys. Right.
Hey, sometimes that's just hell, am I right?
I don't know what to tell you. Not always.
On a bad day, perhaps.
It's not my preference. Oh yeah, the advocate follows along. It's just like, Jesus, crewman.
So you're heading up through the interior then?
Oh yeah, advocate's not going to try and climb this thing.
So each of the floors are constructed mostly the same. They're usually a central area around a. There are various ladders and staircases. The lower decks mostly use ladders up and down. They appear to be filled with primarily functional machinery. Lots of big tubes and pipes and cogs and dials and things that are broken and things spilling out. There are a lot of sparks every once in a while, as though this place, while clearly non-functional, does appear to have some amount of energy left in it that could power different bits inside of it. Beyond the lower decks, you get to the mid decks, which have more stairs. They appear to be more functional spaces, wherein there are people and gates that can be, or not people, spaces for people, and you see these big long gates that look like they could be deployed as some kind of entrance exit ramp off of it on one or more levels, kind of midway up. So it's an interesting construction, so to speak. How are you all traversing this? Are you all just basically like stomping up to find this human?
Advocate's employing a little more tact than that, but he's also being preceded by.
Gus is just going off of his memory of what he saw climbing it from the outside.
Sounds good. Advocate, you said you were particularly interested in being careful, right?
Yes. I try not to slip and fall and make a bunch of,
do you have any kind of like spot giant necrotic slugs hanging from the ceiling above you kind of skill?
Oh, I have eyeballs. I can look and see if there are slugs above me.
Why don't you go ahead and make me a perception check?
Do I perceive?
Is this just a wild question? Is this some sort of precursor check to, I don't know, say, wild necrotic sludges falling from the ceiling on top?
I mean, I haven't decided yet.
So,
but I appreciate the suggestion.
That wasn't good.
Yeah. Gonna roll for initiative if I'm ready.
I rolled an 8.
You rolled an 8.
Mm-hmm.
That's not super high, is it?
No, it's.
So you're saying you don't spot the giant necrotic slug that falls?
You ask me like I know.
Okay, that's fair. I can decide. So you don't spot the giant necrotic slug that falls on top of you after clinging to the ceiling.
Okay, cool.
How big are they?
So they're large in size.
So
yeah,
correct. I did say giant.
It just crashes on top of you. Oh, nothing happened.
So
you don't see Advocate anymore. Advocate's not existing.
That's weird.
So you all hear a very loud, very wet thump immediately followed by the magic trick that is your friend Advocat disappearing beneath the weighty bulk of a giant slug.
You just hear
whales.
So
wailing cries.
So this particular slug is this very like deep, almost translucent red, with much more like leathery back, and it's got a lot of ooze, a comparatively large amount of ooze given typical slugs, and it has the bones you observed earlier. Not those ones in particular, but lots of them. They've adhered to its back using this sort of like bio-glue to form a protective shell around it. I have a picture if you'd be interested.
Sure.
In the meantime, wait, I need to roll for damage first.
Oh, shit.
How many of these are there?
Well, currently you see one. So
what if I were to do a heck and look up?
That'd probably be a good idea. You're going to go ahead and take 12 bludgeoning damage.
Well, bludgeoning. Anything else?
Not currently.
Okay.
And additionally, you are adhered to the slug.
Ew.
Like that's how we sang to it. Like,
so the ooze is like sticking you to it while you are also beneath it currently.
Cool.
You're impeding its mobility. Good job.
So say that the slug removed, Advocat would move with it.
Correct.
Okay.
Please don't throw this thing out of a window.
I was about to say that'd probably be a pretty good way to kill it.
That was my. I mean, my first plan was to just take my hammer and thunderous smite it, knock it 10 feet off. But now that's apparently not. That's
Please don't crush.
that's not an option anymore.
I don't know. I feel like throwing it out of a window is still a pretty solid option. It seems like we're all a little pissed off at Advocat at least a little bit. So.
No. I mean, look. Barnaby acknowledges that he would gain no amount of maybe guilty satisfaction from doing that, but
please have mercy. Currently fucking suffocating.
So,
roll for initiative.
I sent an image. Yeah, I was about to say now would probably be a pretty good time to roll for initiative.
Okay.
I already did it, and I have a 23.
It's the worst time to roll for initiative.
I guess I still roll for initiative.
Has sucked.
Well, that's not ideal.
I have
back to your desk.
I rolled a 4.
Fred.
Haha! I am faster than the mighty Bowman.
Hold on. Oh wow, okay.
I like to imagine Arliss is still just looking where the fuck Advocat is. He's like, yeah, whatever the snail. Where the fuck did you go?
I'm currently on the search for my D20. Hang on, I just spilled out all of my dice. Here we go.
Nice.
Oh, to the floor. That's kind of good. Ooh, I might have rolled worse than you, Caroline.
It's okay,
3
honey.
on the dot. I'm getting in my character sheet. I literally got home and I was like, I need food now.
Could everyone reiterate their initiatives?
I wrote it in text for voice.
I put it in text for voice as well.
I'm good at
about
reading.
to do that.
Bars are in there.
18. I am attempting to use D&D Beyond's new alpha combat tracker.
Yeah, wasn't good. I got 3 on the die.
I rolled a 4, but I have the +8, and that's the only saving grace.
You dick.
That slug is fucking ridiculous.
I'm attached to that right now.
Like under it.
God, its mouth is like the worst thing I've ever seen.
Horrible. Horrible.
Wonderful. So, Gus, your turn is first.
Wait, I I have a really quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. So Arliss does have the feat alert, and I am with the group.
Could you explain what that does?
Yes. 5 bonus to initiative. You can't be surprised while you're conscious, and other creatures don't get advantage on attack rolls. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, you'd get the bonus. No characters are currently surprised.
Never mind, continue.
Sweet.
Did you add that bonus to your initiative?
Oh yeah, trust me, I did.
So, Gus, having observed this fallen slug, you now note that there are... this is not the only one. There are 2 more on the ceiling above you. So the area you're in right now is... let's call it a deployment hangar, I think would probably be the best way to put it. So there's a fairly wide open space in the center where most of you are. There is a ceiling, say, 30 feet above you. At a 20, everything's at a 20-degree angle. Most of the hull around it has been punctured with big holes, easily 10, 15 feet across. It's fortunately structurally stable enough to support the rest of the top of the structure, but it's quite holy, all things considered. You can currently see 3 slugs. One that has done a beautiful magic trick with your friend Advocat, and 2 more on the ceiling above you. They appear to move quite slowly as you observe them in general, but that's what you see from a cursory glance. So, go ahead.
We're going to... So Gus is going to go over to... So, like, this is a building, and it has walls. And you said there's holes in the walls, right?
Right.
Gus is going to use his bonus action, or his action, and, like, his cunning action to dash, I guess, or to give him the extra movement so that he can climb up the walls and get a little perch inside one of the holes in the wall.
Okay. Right.
And he's going to shoot his short bow at, I guess, the one that's glorped up Advocat.
Sounds like a good idea. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
An 18.
18 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Sadly, no sneak attack because Advocat, I'm assuming, is incapacitated at the moment.
Prone, definitely. Probably not in a position to administer advantage.
Yeah.
Would that I could, buddy.
Yeah. So that's an 8 piercing damage.
All right. Yep, you shove an arrow into it, and it kind of gives a
Ew.
That's gross.
He's a nasty slug. Is it a slug, though? Or is it a snail?
It's a self-made shell.
It's a sure is it's a creature. It's a monstrosity. I don't get defined creature types in 5e. All right, Barnaby, you're up.
Alrighty. Barnaby was heading upstairs to another level or something when this happened. What was happening?
If you choose it to be so.
But he turns around, stomps down the stairs, and goes up to the slug and attempts to pull Advocat from.
Absolutely. Go ahead and make a strength check.
Yes. Athletics or just?
Just strength.
Okay. Ooh, good. That's going to be a 19.
All right. So you managed to spot Advocate's hand just like off, like right out from under in it, just like and you managed to like get a hold of it, and you just hear a and you managed to like tear Advocate out from underneath the immense slug.
Could I use my? Could I use whatever movement I have left to like perhaps push him behind me or something.
Yeah, you can just like.
I mean, he's not.
Yeah,
he's not resisting. He's just. He's
gasping for air.
A soaked cat, but more mucusy.
Yeah. I'm guessing that took up my action, though. Correct.
Correct.
All right.
Bless you and your entire clan.
I guess, let's see. That would be all I can do in that case.
All right. Seeing this, the whelk turns to you as you have removed its snack from beneath it, and walks forward, and then you see the front of it kind of like split open in a slit you didn't see before that has these sharp teeth behind it, much like a lamprey, kind of in a circular format, and it lunges forward to try and give you a bite. That will be
17.
It's definitely not a 17. So it kind of like, but it can't get through your armor. It may not even reach you.
Yeah, I just kind of hold it, like put my hand on, gloved hand on its face or something, or something like that.
Absolutely.
Try like to physically block it.
Sounds good. Advocate, it's your turn.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. I wasn't planning on being free so soon. I'm going to...
Arliss, you're on deck. I should start calling out on deck.
I'm going to scoot around Barnaby a bit. And then I'm going to do Arms of Hadar on this thing.
All right. Could you describe what that does for me?
Yes.
Am I in the blast radius of that again?
I can make it so that you're not. I could kind of scoot further around. I can scoot to like the other side of it. Yeah, so dark tendrils of dark energy erupt from you and batter all creatures within 10 feet of you. Each creature in that area must make a strength saving throw. The save is 14.
Is the focus point you?
Yes, it comes from me.
Okay, so it's a 10-foot radius around you.
Yes, yeah. I am the focus of it, and then it's just a radius.
Barnaby would almost definitely be in that radius then.
Ah, shit. Even if I like try to...
Since they're currently engaged in melee combat.
I mean, I will remind you, you did this to Barnaby before.
I know, and I don't want to do that again. Because you were really mad at me.
Well, Barnaby was.
God damn it. Everything I do is very...
Got a lot of AoE?
A lot. I have one that... Okay, so I have one that's 5 foot. Can I move to where it's not 10 foot, but now I have a 5 foot buffer that Barnaby doesn't have to be in? How? Because this thing is big, right? This thing is huge.
It's fairly large, yes.
Okay. Can I have it where it's within 5 feet of me without having Barnaby within 5 feet of me?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, wait. You'd have to do an amount of maneuvering, but I'm gonna say yes.
Because otherwise, Barnaby is just you'll have to swallow it again because there's so little I can do. Yeah. Okay, so I create a momentary circle of spectral blades that sweep around me. Each creature within range, which is just 5 feet, other than you, must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 force damage. I'm doing
so dex save?
Yes.
Cool.
Save is always 14.
All right. Let's see. 17 minus 3 is 14.
So it does.
So it does save.
So it will. So it just doesn't take any damage. Well, that's fine. Advocate will scoot back behind Barnaby and be like, "Save me, please."
All right, Arliss, you're up next. Yarlo, you're on deck.
So I'm going to go ahead and assume I can't use my bow here without getting disadvantage.
No, you can. It's a pretty wide area. I'm going to say it's like this is you're on the entire deck of a ship. Like, this is 50 feet across.
On the deck. Okay.
You're not on the upper deck, you're on the mid deck. A mid deck.
To be like a really tiny hallway, so that just makes my life like 10 times easier.
Yeah. I think I described it as a deployment hangar, I believe. So you've got space.
Might have missed that bit. Yeah, it's just the one right now, though, correct?
There's one on the ground, there's 2 on the ceiling.
Okay. I'm gonna go for one on the ceiling. Sure. I guess one that's closer to me, so I can try and, like, bait it, I guess.
Sounds good.
I'll go ahead and take a shot. I'm gonna try and make my first one a sharpshooter shot.
Sure.
First hit. So, probably not. So, it's -5, so 12?
It'll just hit.
Just hit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's baller. Okay, so the damage is... So, it'll be 20 piercing.
Okay.
For the first hit?
Yep.
It's a silvered quiver, so I should not get
There's no bonus for that. There's no bonus nor detriment in this damage instance.
Sure. Go ahead and try once again. I'll do this one as a non-sharpshooter, though.
Sure thing.
And
12 again?
Yeah.
You hit?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll
damage is 8. 8 piercing.
So you sink another arrow into this thing, managing to get through its kind of coating of bones. And it lets out this wail, this really awful scream. It's very piercing, and it echoes around in this area. And you note a little like burst of energy as it does that within the space itself, and then it falls from the ceiling to the ground and doesn't move. You've successfully killed this whelk. One moment.
Nice.
Okay. Additionally, you hear some bird-like chittering from far above you at this very loud noise. So up next, sorry, one moment. So the other whelk on the ceiling is going to drop down. It doesn't land on anyone in particular, but it takes a look around the room and ends up honing in on Yarlo. As you are standing nearby and not currently engaged with the other whelk.
It's a bad choice, bud.
So it's going to... It lands on the ground, and it uses all 15 feet of its movement to scooch up to you. And it's going to try and give you a bite. That is a 12.
That does not hit.
All right. Then it gives a very half-hearted lunge in your direction.
I think the reason why it doesn't hit is because Yarlo is actively running the other way.
That seems fairly reasonable. After that, one of you notes a pair of feelers coming up from one of the exterior holes around the side of the ship, and another slug enters the hangar room along the edge of one of the walls.
Get out of here.
Which Yarlo has accidentally run to.
Oh my gosh.
Well, conveniently, it's your turn.
Oh, fantastic. Did I run towards that one, though?
Do you want to have? I'll give you inspiration.
Sure, because that's funny to me.
Cool. You get inspiration.
Yarlo pulls out his Merlin. I think that's what he's got. He's got a mandolin. That's right. And he starts singing a song, and the song goes a little bit like, well, I am singing because I'm fucking terrified. And he gives bardic inspiration to Barnaby through that. And then he casts Guiding Bolt on the one that has just climbed up.
All right. Is that an attack?
Yeah, sorry, it was burping a lot. It is an attack. I need to roll a d20, which I have. Plus, fuck me on it. That's an 8.
So an 8 will not hit.
Yeah.
So your bolt kind of like flies wide out the window.
Yeah, about chest out.
All right. After you do that, from the coal.exe has stopped working. Through the leading up to the next deck, there's a tall ladder with a hole hatch up to the next deck, and from that hole you see a 5th slug curl around from the upper floor onto the bottom of the ceiling of the hangar and start slowly scooching inward.
So that makes 4 total left alive?
Correct.
Okay.
Gus, it's your turn. Barnaby, you're on deck. You are currently hiding in a like kind of above, like outside. Yes. You're outside. You're technically outside of the ship right now, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like in the wall space, so wherever that like sill kind of would be.
You're in a upper hidey hole.
Yes. Yeah. So he's gonna use his short bow again to shoot at probably one of the ones that just emerged.
Sure. You've got one near Yarlo and one clinging to the ceiling.
I'll do the one near Yarlo.
Cool. Given your hidden position, and because you have an ally within 5 feet of it, go ahead and have advantage.
Super necessary. Plus.
I'm gonna guess it's above a 12.
Yeah, it's a 26.
That is above it. In fact, more than twice a 12.
Sweet.
So yeah, go ahead and deal damage with sneak attack.
Man, the more you know.
It'll be 18 piercing damage.
All right, it takes it.
Nice. Also, I don't know if I can still do this on my turn. Oh yeah, I guess it's kind of like movement. Hearing as though the squawking from the fucking vultures from up above started happening. Gus is going to keep a lookout for them since he's kind of on the outside.
Sure, sounds good.
Sure.
Yeah, currently you can see that they appear agitated, and they look to, as opposed to they were all distributed fairly evenly above you. They seem to have grouped together a little bit more now, specifically over the fallen fortress.
Oh no.
And then he's going to, I guess, yeah, I'll take out my sword and just like, I have my sword in my hand.
Good to know. All right. Barnaby, you're up. Advocate, you're on deck.
Wait, so he just killed the slug, correct? I'm guessing.
Gus, no.
Okay.
Yarlo
So
did, killed one from the ceiling. But...
So is that that slug that is by Yarlo? Is it? How far is it from the edge of the
It's
ship?
on the edge, very directly. It's just come up over the side of the wall.
And there's also the one that's right in front of you, I'm assuming. That one's still alive?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
There are 3 slugs on the ground, 1 slug on the ceiling.
All right. Barnaby is going to start by taking a swing at the. I'm gonna try and do a divine smite on the one in front of me. Haha.
Sounds good.
Roll.
And remember, you have the inspiration.
Bardic inspiration, yeah, which I will use. So with Bardic inspiration, that is going to be a 15 to hit, I assume?
That will hit.
Okay. So I'm going to use a level 1 divine smite with that. So let's start with 2d6 bludgeoning damage. So 10 bludgeoning damage plus how much is my divine smite? I think it's just another 2d10. Yeah.
Some good dice.
Yeah. So a total of 22 damage.
Yeah, so you sink your hammer into this thing and you just like crush through the bones that are sheltering its back, and you just hear a sickening scrunch as it does that.
Yeah.
And as you kill it, it too leaves this like awful death wail. And you see that burst of energy like you did on the ceiling too, except you're within it this time.
Is that a problem?
Only if you don't like necrotic damage. So you feel like the outer layer, it feels like you shed an outer layer of like elephant skin as your flesh seems to like visually rot within the area of this scream. Double 1s. You only take 2 necrotic damage.
What kind of area is it? Like, because
in a 10-foot radius around.
Okay. I did say I was behind Barnaby.
It does scream. I'll let you off the hook this time.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were being accurate.
Additionally, let's see if the vultures hear the scream. They do not. So the vultures do not appear more or less agitated.
Okay.
As
wonderful.
As Gus has an eye on them. All right. So, Advocate, right. You're up. Arliss, you're on deck.
No,
do you have another thing?
I'm not done yet. Yeah, I can do a lot of things. I still have another attack and a full bonus action and my full movement. So after that is all done, Barnaby just emerges from the necrotic haze, and he's going to cast a thunderous smite. And so his hammer just starts ringing. And he walks over to the and that uses a bonus action, and he's gonna walk over to the one that is currently harassing Yarlo and attack that with his hammer.
Go for it. The one behind Yarlo, or the one on the just on the edge of the deck?
The one just on the edge, and that is going to be a 19 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay, so let's see. That is going to do 11 bludgeoning and 8 thunder for a total of 19 damage. Is it dead? Like he just tries to destroy, just bash its head off.
Also correct. You do.
Yes. Wonderful.
Your hit combined with Gus's arrow ends up killing it. So it again screams, rattles. You and Yarlo are both going to
wait. But if I might say, technically it has to succeed on a death saving throw or be pushed 10 feet. Would we be knocking it knocking it away before it explodes on us?
Is that a specific aspect of Thunderous Smite?
Yes, yes, it is. Additionally, if the target is a creature, it must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 10 feet away from you and knocked prone.
Yeah, then yeah.
All right, so it just
So you like boot it just off the off the edge of through the hole in the hull of the ship. Out into just like in the air, and then you see the like of it screaming and hear it a little bit just distantly, as opposed to it being right in your face. You hear like
oh yeah. But also here's another thing: the thunder is audible within 300 feet of us.
It sure is.
We also scream that happened outside of the building.
We might get some dragon visitors anyways. You never know.
Birds. We gotta fight the birds.
Gus, the vultures look like they have honed in more precisely on your current location.
Yep.
Interesting.
Birds.
Gus don't like that.
All right. Are you done, Barnaby?
Yes, I am.
All right. Advocat, you're up. Arliss, you're on deck.
Are there any slugs left?
There are 2 slugs, or there's 1 slug on the ground. Right? There's 1 slug on the ground and 1 slug on the ceiling.
Okay.
I believe so, yeah.
I guess which one is like more damaged?
If neither have been damaged.
Okay, then I have no preference. I'll say the one on the ceiling. I'm gonna kind of scoot out from behind Barnaby and okay, yeah. Definitely close enough. I'm going to use id insinuation. You unleash a torrent of conflicting desires in the mind of one creature you can see within range. The range is 60 feet. Impairing its ability to make decisions, the target must succeed on a wisdom save. Wisdom save is 14. Or be incapacitated. At the end of each of its turns, it takes 1d12 psychic damage. And then it can make another wisdom saving throw.
Gotcha. So it got a natural 20 on the whiz save.
What?
I don't know what to tell you. It's typically
Advocate
not super good.
Sits on the ground. Advocate just sits on the ground.
So does it just do nothing if it doesn't work?
Just like, well, okay. Yeah, the target.
Because it's not an attack, right?
Okay. At the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be incapacitated. At the end of each of its turn, it takes 1d12 psychic damage? I guess it does.
Yeah, so the spell fails.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It doesn't make it sound like it still takes damage.
Yeah, there would be an or else clause.
At the end.
Right.
On a success, the spell ends on the target. That's the last letter. That's the
Advocate sits on the ground. Advocate just sits on the ground. Just
arms folded.
I'm beginning to notice a pattern of what happens to Advocate during combat.
I've rolled the worst character of my life. This is the worst character to have ever existed for combat. Who ever lived.
Does great in social situations, though.
He's useful for that, but man, like. What an trash man!
All right, Arliss. If Advocate is using his movement to sit on the ground, it is your turn with Yarlo. You're on deck.
Yeah. I'm gonna go for the one on the ceiling.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna go ahead and
show him how it's done.
Shooty.
Sure thing. I'm gonna use the sharpshooter on the first one again.
All right.
It's not even like I missed. You just
not. It's a crit fail.
I don't think that'll hit. Gotta say.
Second shot, not sharpshooter.
How do people?
You're fucking with me. Okay. I just rolled 2 1s in a row.
It's
like
impressive.
You try every time.
It's a 2.5% chance of that happening.
Welcome to fucking Suckstown.
Population 2.
Population slugs.
I can fix this.
Do you have something you would like
Do I
to do?
use an action surge?
To kill the slugs?
Yes.
You
Up
might
to you.
need it for.
We're also about to deal with birds.
Yeah, the mini.
Birds
map.
are imminent. For birds,
Birds are
and
imminent.
just say that I just sucked.
It's okay. You can just join Advocate.
Literally
and
can't do
Suckville.
anything else. If I have to save my action surge, just snipe 4
just-
birds out of the sky.
Just come sit in the
That's
corner
it.
with me. Just-
All right.
Sit down next to Ad.
So 2 arrows land on either side of the 10-foot big slug.
Welcome to fucking. Just...
And yeah, so it falls from the ceiling.
Wow.
And scoots toward you. And now that you've sat on the ground in a very conveniently biteable position, it's going to try and obtain sustenance from your flesh.
You know, maybe
Does
they
a
deserve
10
it.
hit? Arliss?
No, it doesn't.
All right. In that case, Yarlo, it's your turn. I can't hear you.
Sorry. Still 2 slugs left.
Yes.
Okay.
Now they're both floor slugs.
Okay. I am going to use Radiant Soul,
Cool.
which lets me transform. I get glittering eyes and 2 incorporeal wings for a minute, and I have a fly speed of 30 feet.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Additionally, 1 attack per turn can deal an additional 6 radiant damage. I'm going to then use... Wait, let me see if that's an action.
Pretty sure it's a bonus action.
It doesn't say, but I'm going to agree with... No, it said... Oh, it does say 1 action.
Ah.
Okay. Kind of spells don't count as bonus action. Advocate, I'm gonna give you Bardic Inspiration
Hooray.
so that you can actually be useful.
Remind me how Bardic Inspiration works.
Yeah.
It's a D6, right?
Yeah, it's
Depends on your level. I
I
believe it's a D6.
Yeah, I believe Yarlo's is currently a D6, and you can basically whenever you roll a 20, roll a D20, you can roll a D6 and add to it, but you have to do it before you know the result.
Right, okay.
Oh, I accidentally rolled a D8 when I did the thing.
That's fine.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
I never rolled.
Cheater.
To Norgal's Bardic Inspiration.
Yeah.
All right.
It's so weird. D20 anymore.
In that case, the other slug is going to try and chomp a glowy Asmar. That is a 18 plus 2, 20.
Bastard.
So you're going to go ahead and take 3 piercing damage as it sinks its teeth into you.
Ouch.
Okay.
Yep, that's what happens.
That's it?
Yep.
Nom.
Gus, it's your turn.
Heck yeah. How many points of entry are there to this thing? And have the vultures seen me specifically, or just know?
No,
where?
they've got a bead on the location of the sound. It was kind of echoing around. They weren't really sure, but now that it's happened a few times, they've figured it out. Looks like they are preparing to swarm.
Yes. How many points of entry are there into this chamber that we're in?
5.
Okay.
Roughly.
Okay, because
not all of which are big enough. Most of which are big enough for you. Only, let's say, 2 of which would be big enough for seemingly the vultures. They look quite large.
Okay. Am I in one? Doesn't matter. I'm going to use my action to, climb inside, still holding on, kind of like.
Yeah.
but readying my sword, so if one were to come by, I can do a stab.
All right,
at
sounds
him
good.
with my sword. And yeah, I think that's all that I'm going to do.
Preparing an action to stab an invading vulture.
Yes.
Sounds good. Why do I have so many notifications? No talk, we Yankee. Where's my tracker? There we go. In that case,
Actually, before I do that, can I wave them down to me?
Oh, you want to attract the vultures?
Yes.
Yeah, you can do that. Go ahead and make a performance check to try and attract the attention of the deadly vultures.
One stoops down and scoops him up, and we never see Gus again.
I fucking cut off its legs.
Yeah, can I just ask why the tasty little rabbit
morsel?
Yeah, it's waving come and
eat
me.
Guys,
I'm tasty.
I want to have this fucking.
I'm so small, you can fit me in your feet.
Performance then?
Yes.
A 12.
Okay. Yeah, they take notice. And they look like a couple of them start to swoop down towards you.
Cool. We're gonna go inside and again ready my action for them.
Sounds good. Advocate, you're up.
Oh boy. Okay.
Ambassador, I believe you should create a nice little black hole over there, if you would.
Uh,
do that?
I can do some things with Hadar. Let me go back to what I was looking at.
That is a ground terrain effect, if I remember correctly.
It is. Yeah, it's
very effective against airborne vultures.
But if I want to get rid of these last,
I lied. I'm sorry.
You do have.
I know I'm the GM, but I lied. I apologize.
You do have the hunger of Hadar sphere.
Is it a sphere? It is a sphere.
Yeah. You're thinking of the arm.
If you all would like to stick around, yeah.
Yeah, if everyone's not in the middle of the room, or at least okay. So this thing is.
I think we skipped over me. Actually, did we?
Oh wait,
we did.
Yeah, because it's after. Yeah.
Sorry, it is Barnaby's turn.
I will continue to think about what I'm going to do.
So I guess at this point I can see the vultures swooping down towards us, or towards.
You're in the middle of the room. Gus is the only one who's been looking at the vultures.
Oh, I thought I was near the edge where.
Other edge.
Oh, okay. All right. In that case, I'll just make my way back to Advocate and just sort of prepare an action to just be ready to swing at anything that comes towards us.
Cool. So you're walking past the two living slugs.
Oh, there's still two living.
Yeah,
sorry, I keep forgetting things. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is go to the closest slug and take a swing.
Go for it.
Okay. That's going to be a 16.
That'll hit.
Alrighty. So I smash it down for 12 bludgeoning damage. Smash it down.
It takes it.
And then I'm going to smash again.
Go for it.
That's going to be a 21 to hit. And that's going to be an additional 5 bludgeoning damage.
It takes it.
I miss having a sword.
That's all I can do. Okay.
My turn is over. Big sword.
It's Advocate's turn. Where'd your big sword go?
It's with Staldar.
Staldar,
big sword.
Yeah. Don't have that anymore. It's your turn.
Yeah. Well, now Barnaby's in the middle of the room.
Do you want sword?
No, I have
sword.
No, I think Advocate gets up, draws his daggers and all, and is just like, all right, let's cut the shit. And he's like just do a little like fucking stick and poke, just like in and out real fast.
Go do a stab.
So that's gonna be please give me what's my nothing. Cool. That was a fucking 11 to hit.
It barely misses.
Shit.
Oh, and since you've already done the thing, you can't use the inspiration.
Oh God! That's the entire reason I wanted to do that. Shit.
I'll let you go back on it.
Sorry, I'm just not even like I'm confused. It's still not great. But I mean,
if it's at least a 12, it hits.
Then,
so it is mathematically impossible for you to roll 11 and then use inspiration and miss.
So I do hit.
What do you damage?
Over. Or much.
2.
Yeah.
You give it a good poke.
Yep. And then I move back. It's like
Thanks.
It's really hard to get your hand like off of the slug after you stab it with the dagger.
Dreadful things.
It's your turn, Arliss, followed by Yarlo on deck.
Yeah, no problem. Is it just the one slug left?
There are still 2.
There are still 2? All right.
One that Advocat and Barnaby are currently engaging with, and one that is biting a Yarlo, a glowy Yarlo.
Glowy boy out a bit. I'm gonna go ahead and try a shot. We're gonna try sharpshooter again. We'll see.
I believe in you.
Oh my god, that's so much better. That'll be a 22 to hit.
That'll hit. You know,
God bless.
Hell yeah.
It's only like 11 difference between the DC. It's fine.
That will be an 18 piercing damage.
It takes it.
And I'm gonna try just a normal shot as well. 25 to hit. Yeah. Back in this baby. I'm gonna go ahead and just aim for I want it to look at me.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to shoot it between because I know it has the 2 eye stalks, but just kind of in center in the head sort of thing.
Absolutely. Go ahead and take plus 1d4 to your damage.
Oh, so that will be. Wow, it just rolled into the corner. So 11 plus 12 damage.
Yeah, it dies. And screams.
Sorry, Yarlo.
He scrammed.
Sorry, honey.
Yarlo. Go ahead and take 8 necrotic damage as it does a scree.
I believe I do. I only take 4 because I have.
Correct.
Makes me feel a little better.
And because you shoot it directly in the head area, I think you actually managed to disrupt its throat airway. So this scream isn't nearly as loud as the others.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you.
Rad. All right, Yarlo, you are free from the slime curse, and there is 1 slug remaining.
True.
Please.
Didn't Barnaby kick the shit out of it though?
It's not looking great.
I'm trying to see if I have anything that's not going to use a spell slot.
Unarmed strike.
I do technically have a crossbow, a light crossbow. Can I use that?
If you have it, then yes.
I'm gonna pull out from apparently my butt a light crossbow. And I'm gonna take a shot. I'm gonna take a whip. That's a nat 20.
So that'll hit, and you'll roll damage twice.
How much damage does this?
It's 1d8. So you'll roll 2d8.
Go Yarlo. So that's going to be 9 damage plus 6 radiant.
Yeah, so that'll kill the last slug.
I did something.
I believe Barnaby is the last one in physical combat with it. That is correct. So that would be 11 points of necrotic damage. And...
3.
Okay. So, with the slugs out of the way, though you've made quite a bit of noise, Gus, you know that the vultures are coming in fast, but you've got maybe a round if you want to try and get out of this area before they arrive.
Yeah, he's going to say, up the stairs, guys, and he's going to slide down the wall and book it upstairs.
Yep, sure. Whatever you say. I don't know what's going on. Cat starts hoofing it upstairs.
I'll just be coming.
I fly up the stairs.
Nice. Impressive.
These beautiful wings.
All right.
Girl is a god.
So you all very rapidly scale the ladder. With the hole in the top of it, and just as the last of you are climbing up the bottom of the ladder, you see this burst of feathers and claws rush into the deck, scrabbling away. And as you disappear up through the top of the hole, you see a beak and a couple claws reach up through the hole that can't quite fit through it, trying to grab anything they can, unsuccessfully.
So it has it's a hatch hole? Is there a cover that we can just fucking slam
There's
down?
a lot of debris.
I have fireball.
Yeah, I can just use my sword.
I don't know if structural integrity is very good up here. How is the structural integrity of this place?
Well, it stood this long. How possibly could it come down now?
That's a good question.
Is there just a big old sheet of metal I can just fucking...
Yeah, there's some debris you can grab and try and cover the hole.
Trying to cover the fucking hole. Nope, you're not getting in here. Fuck that shit.
You still hear some cawing and squawking and scrabbling. But
not our problem.
It looks like it's not going to be able to get in through there.
Barnaby.
You turn around now that you are in the upper mid decks to see a very surprised humanoid figure.
I suppose this is the humanoid you were talking about, Gus?
Yeah, it's the same guy. For you, Gus, if you wanted to know.
Going to wave his sword and say hello again.
Can I please just land and be like, "What up, Gideon?"
New tricks. You didn't do this last time we were around.
Gideon. I feel like I should remember that name. Ambassador, do you remember hearing that name before?
Gideon Lightward. And then before he says anything else, he turns to Arliss and is like, please help me. He's still disgusting. He's just a bedraggled cat. He looks horrible. He's like, please.
Arliss is just kind of reveling in the fact that he's just being begged for help right now.
I feel all of the fabric. It's just sticking. Please.
And he'll do prestidigitation on everyone that has slime on them.
Ooh, that's a good question. Who needs and/or wants healing?
Yeah, Barnaby will just lay hands on self.
You all look somewhat worse for wear. I'd be willing to aid if necessary.
That would
Big
be.
slugs down below.
I heard. I did.
And you didn't do anything to help us?
Stairs got in the way.
I see.
Didn't want to interrupt.
Eyes on you, okay?
You know, the way your brethren, compatriots, whoever described you, I wasn't exactly expecting this.
Yes, moderately handsome. I was thinking more of a. I was thinking more of a sneer on them. The way our Lord, the Lord was speaking.
I can sneer, I suppose.
No, see, it doesn't really
the
do
lip
anything to
curl,
attract your looks. You're just rather generally handsome, and it doesn't go away. So
that's reasonable.
No, yes, now. Well, I keep forgetting the fucking Lord's name. What's the Lord? The
Ravengard?
Ravengard, yeah. Now, Lord Ravengard seems to have a few things to say about you. Would you like to make light of your relationship to them?
Who?
Lord Ravengard.
The leader of Sanguine?
Yes, the very one. The very one had many things to say about you, I will say. Only a few things, typically, generally.
Sorry, I'm not one for gossip.
I'm terrible with names. We found him in the Temple of Lathander after a bit of an incident.
Oh, that brute, big sword.
Oh yes. Terrible manners.
Yes. I could understand why he would disagree with my ideas, mainly those of not giving priceless, important magical objects to people who barge into random temples and demand them.
He was very demanding. I was there for that. I can attest.
Oh, truly.
And you decided not to speak of any of this for whatever reason?
We had left Elturel. What's the purpose of giving a fuck about this Raven God bastard?
I mean,
now you are speaking like a true man of Sanguine.
I concur.
So, as a fellow Elturinian, paladin of Torm Barnaby, by the way, very nice to meet. Very nice
Torm,
to meet you.
yes.
Yes, but okay.
Barnaby raises his eyebrows, but then lowers them for a moment and shakes them off. And now, what may I ask, brother Lathander, are you doing here?
Scouting. I'm doing some exploration, if you will.
A very specific and interesting locale you've chosen.
Not mine choice, but rather mine patron's. I do her bidding as I am wont.
I'm gonna barge in and be like, "Where'd you get that motorcycle from?"
Again, my patron has equipped me for the task.
You say
Your-
her.
Yes.
Lathander is not a her, the last I heard.
Nor are we on the upper planes.
So then who may I ask is your patron?
I am an emissary of Zariel.
And yet you're also an emissary of the Thunder?
Not any, but Barnaby.
No, look. I understand, Ambassador. I understand the contradiction, and I am merely pointing out to see what they think before I unleash judgment upon them.
It's powerfully rude.
So, may I say, have you forsaken the Thunder for this?
I feel like that is precisely the exact words that you should have that you can use for this entire group. Powerfully rude. Thank you. Damn it.
I appreciate your interest. As long as we have no reason to conflict, though, I would rather be left alone.
Well, no need for conflict. I mean, perhaps our goals are more similar than we think. I mean, you're here for a reason. The ship was hers, right? I mean, that's the entire point.
Yes.
What is it that you're looking for? Perhaps we can help.
Eyes you all up. Mayhaps I'm searching for something, an particular object, potentially some things that may have been left behind, and some cursory evidence as to what may have occurred so long ago to cause this. But am I echoing on myself? No. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I'm having a really hard time deciding whether he wants to tell you or not.
We do mean no harm. Besides, any friend of Yarrow is a friend of ours as well.
And I'll make sure you keep that promise.
If we need it.
I suppose. If you trust them, at least, to some extent. Gestures to Yarlow. I'm looking for an artifact crafted in the forges that were being transported on this ship when it fell. They're adamantine. They're maybe a foot or so in length. They're carved with insignia. If you spot them, let me know.
Absolutely.
How do you need them?
They were my patrons previously, and we wish to recover them.
How your patron? How? This seems like a rather important mission. You must be near to her, yes?
To be near to Zariel is a dangerous task, as she is loath to leave the battlefield. If I were more important to her, I would be by her side. Those she trusts are those she trusts to fight. I'm here on a scouting mission. I'm more of a support, so one might say.
I see.
What are they? And may I ask, what are these adamantine rods?
I'm not entirely certain myself.
If one... How did you come to be one of her vassals?
Well, I've spoken to Yarlow about this somewhat previously, so I guess I can tell you as well, if you would, if you so want. Walk and talk, perhaps?
Absolutely.
All right. Yes, I was a priest of Lathander. Arguably still am in some respects. But I was contacted at one point in my service as priest to by a number of angelic forms whomst informed me of Zariel's plight. That of an angel seeking to fight the demons at most cost, maybe not any cost, though without this war, the demons will overtake not only all of the hells, but the overland as well, followed by the high plains. If we fall here, we are the first and last line of defense. And Zariel, having been forsaken by the upper planes and scourged by the lower planes and denied by the middle planes, I'd grown sympathetic.
Fascinating.
And so, and I am guessing the Elturel is somehow, and its people are somehow integral to this victory over the demons?
Indeed. There is presently a ritual prepared at the site. Soon here, very quickly. The city will sink into the Styx, and at which time we will be completing the ritual, both to transform the souls of those pledged into mighty warriors for our forces, in addition to granting Zuriel and her vassals greater power. We have been weakened for some time now, and there is a chance that if this doesn't go through... You've seen the hordes.
Yes. Barnaby just kind of blinks for a moment. Just blinks. Well, I suppose we must find this adamantine rod, shouldn't we?
That is the plan.
Barnaby is going to.
Let's
see. If I may. Oh, Christ! I don't have the spell on me. Never mind.
Sorry to barrage you with more questions.
Walking and talking. He's going to make some... He's going to do some searching. You notice his pattern is he typically goes room to room. He's not very concerned with any individual pieces of machinery, though there's certainly quite a few there. So he typically goes to a floor, checks every room, goes to the next floor.
Someone came to you about this allegiance to Zariel.
Yes.
What does one do if they wish to take the initiative themselves?
Are you interested, I suppose?
I am.
I suppose I could put in a good word. I'll see what I can do. I'm not certain of the process exactly, I suppose. I could assign you as my vassal, but I expect that isn't exactly what you're looking for.
I mean, I wouldn't try to insult you or anything, but
No offense taken. There is a sizable difference between an undead ex-mage and a fallen angel.
She's rather powerful.
This is true. It's admirable. She gets very little assistance in this war.
Mm-hmm. So she looks to instead conscript the unknowing from the upper planes instead?
They're assigned.
Oh, dear.
Well,
where does one get souls? But from that of the living. That's how it works down here.
it is the one thing of great value that we have all in common.
You all, anyway.
Well, yes. But
Any other way for you to get the souls without, destroying an entire city?
The city should be fine. We could lift it up out of the sticks afterward. It will be more or less unharmed.
And the city would be unharmed, but the people would be.
Oh, no. Go on.
And you are you are okay with this, that is.
It is awful, as most things are down here. But I've seen the hordes. I won't let all of existence fall to that.
necessary evils, I suppose. Looks at gives a pointed look at Yarlo.
There are not but evils, friend. Those who say otherwise are trying to sell you something.
So says you.
Sounds like you've bought it.
Sounds like you have been caught up within the delusion. Sorry, I'm stuttering. You've been caught up in delusions of grandeur and some higher
I am a
higher
worm
purpose.
in comparison to other powers. Pawns we may be, but pawns do not have to care what the chess masters are doing as long as they win. I believe I'll be continuing my search. And he heads up to the next floor.
Barnaby looks to Advocate.
Nope, the advocate is hurrying to follow, completely ignoring Barnaby. Just like, nope. He is following as fast as he can. So, should I be expecting word, or how could we communicate, perhaps, in the future?
It's hard to tell you, I suppose. Could send me an imp. They'll find me. As is the fashion around here. I suppose I could bring you with me.
And
on the return, though no guarantees as to stature. It's am I correct in saying that, in assuming that you are mortal?
Oh, yes.
I figured as much. You have a certain...
It can be rather confusing
glow
down here, I'm sure.
Yes. Few mortals from the lower planes are signed. Typically, they usually have their own agendas. But she may be interested. I know not of her recruiting needs right now, other than numbers, honestly.
Well,
you seem to have a bit of a tongue on you, though. So I'm...
Oh, Advocate just grins.
certain use could be made.
Advocate just does a neat bow, and he says, I will let you get back to searching. I will do some searching of my own. And,
thank you.
Well, give a shout if anything is found.
All right. Yeah,
Ambassador, may I speak to you?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Gus would also love to have a word with.
That is my father calling. Yes.
Can I start searching with Gideon then?
Absolutely.
While all this is going on, I'll help him search.
Definitely.
Do you mind if I'm there for this?
For the conversation or the searching?
For the conversation with Gideon. Because I feel like I would also like to chat with Gideon, but I don't mind just like sitting aside.
Barnaby's trying to pull Advocate aside away from Gideon.
Yeah, we just want to talk.
But Arliss wants to talk with Gideon, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Arliss is searching with Gideon.
I'm not talking. I'm just searching with them.
You can absolutely hang out with Gideon too, though, if you want.
I'm definitely going to hang out with Gideon. And did Advocate leave?
Yeah, I'm going back down. So we'll be on separate floors and having different conversations.
So just once Advocate's out of earshot, I just look to Gideon and I say, I don't know what he wants, but please be.
Please be what?
Please be careful with him.
Do I hear this?
Are you ratting me out, are you, Arlo?
The devilish one.
Man.
Yes, I'm familiar. I'm not... We'll see. It's not... Recruiting isn't my job, generally speaking. But, I'll keep an eye and an ear out.
I am afraid of where this might lead us, but...
Nowhere to go but down.
Yeah.
Gestures to open holes on the upper levels of crashed flying fortress.
I think, Jarla, to finish that sentence and to kind of finish the conversation, what little there was, he just says, I still consider you my friend.
I appreciate that.
Aww.
Likewise. If you should have need of me, same. Send word. I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
So, Barnaby has pulled Advocate aside.
The pulling with the manhandle.
Ambassador, I would like, perhaps, I believe things are a bit unclear for me, so I would like to ask for you what your plan is. Specific in everything.
Tell me everything.
In general.
Speak.
Oh, gods. Do you want the short version or the long version?
Long version, we have nothing but time.
Caw!
Nothing but time.
This Gideon Lightword has been the first we've really met with a fairly close connection to Zariel. The Zariel that we've come to know of, that we're beginning to understand. Being close to him means knowing more, and knowing is half the battle. If we can better understand, if we have more information, we can be more prepared to stop whatever it is that they're about to do.
So, what is your plan after we find the rod? Because we will not be letting them take the rod.
No, we listen. Let us tread carefully now, all right? Let us not out one another to this stranger, right?
Correct.
We are taking that rod and we are leaving, and he will know none the wiser.
There should be 6 of them.
That would be very advantageous. I agree, dear Gus. Turns back to Advocate. Sorry.
Just have to tell him that our search failed and simply leave.
Well, I would, if given the correct amount of time, I could prepare a spell to locate an object. If I can locate an object.
And what do you need for this?
Simply time. Cole, what is this metal made of? This ship? Is it lead?
It's infernal iron.
Okay. I would need time to prepare my spell, and then I could locate an object that is familiar to me within 1,000 feet, and an adamantine rod is fairly specific enough that I believe that perhaps I can find it. If perhaps we could delay them a few hours, take a rest, perhaps.
Yes. Let's find a way to relay this to Arliss. He's with Gideon now.
And Yarlo, who seems to be friendly with them.
This is also true.
And it is concerning.
So those of you searching with Gideon, You make it to the upper deck, the command deck. The upper hull of this deck has been completely torn off. So the main area of the deck is exposed to the rest of the environment, including large portions of the edge of it have been likewise torn away, leaving a very sheer drop at the sloped end of the deck. There are several surrounding rooms. Sorry?
So we're like vulnerable to birds at this point.
It's possible, yes. Okay. Once you've climbed up, though, Gideon specifically like motions to like stay down and like keep stealthy as the birds, the vultures that you've seen previously, having been distracted below, are now somewhat more distributed again, but they are on higher alert than they would be otherwise. There are snacks about.
Is it fair to assume that they are not very good at seeing, that they are more hearing based?
That would be a fairly reasonable thing to assume.
Okay. Can I ask that question to Gideon? Does he know the answer to that?
I'm not certain of the sensory abilities of rocks.
Okay.
How many of them are there swarming around there? 6.
And I'm out.
Only 3. Oh boy. Twice as many.
In the meantime, Advocat is trying to catch up with Gideon, Arliss, and Yarla.
Sure. Sounds good.
Yeah, Gus is gonna go on a stealthy find.
Yeah, I was going to say, those of you who are searching on the upper decks, go ahead and make stealth checks.
21. Nat 20.
Nice. May I make my way up there?
Yeah, absolutely. Those of you on the lower decks may ascend. And by the lower decks, I mean the upper middle decks to the upper decks to the command deck.
The upper deck. So if we do not go to the upper deck and start searching, we won't have to make that stealth check, correct?
Correct. You will still be concealed by the rest of the hull.
Oh, so should I make a stealth check since I'm going up?
If you intend to search around on the command deck, which is the top, then I would like you to make a stealth check. If you do not intend to do so, then don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm just trying to get close to Arliss and Yarla.
Barnaby will say, I believe I would attract far too much attention, so I will stay here for now.
You're also casting a spell, right?
Oh, no. I would just need... The thing is, it's not prepared. That's what I was trying... I would just need time to prepare the spell, then we could use it. It would be a way to find exactly where it is.
I see.
Without risking, what's-his-name, finding it. Locate object is the spell.
I see. All right.
So who's searching and who's made checks? So Gideon.
I am searching.
Okay. You're searching? And you
I got a 19.
19. And Yarlo was searching and got a 21.
Yeah, it was a nat 20, but it was a 21.
Nice.
I don't know if it makes...
There technically aren't crit successes on ability checks, but it's more fun. 20 just means auto success for a lot of things. Right, so yeah, you are free to move about the top of the deck and attempt to search around the main exposed deck or the peripheral rooms, if you would so choose.
How about an 18
to perceive?
To perceive.
Perceive. Yeah, so you... it's a good info to give you. You notice a couple of things. Firstly, you hear a quiet cackling coming from one of the rooms. not too far away either. And in addition to the cackling, you see far in the distance a trio of infernal vehicles heading toward the downed fortress. So you can see out into the desert. And they're quite a ways off, but it looks like they're coming.
Oh no! My gosh.
Other than that, you note that the Pro 4 rooms look unlocked. No real reason to lock your interior rooms inside of a fortress, especially on the command deck. So you're free to peruse around them if you so desire. Pick a room, any room. There are...
I'll pick one.
Five rooms. Pick one. Lucky number one.
Perception or investigation?
I'm just going to tell you some things first.
Okay. Please.
Oh, also with the 20 observation, the main area of this deck looks to have quite a number of like consoles on them, like things with levers and buttons and switches and such. That looks to be where the ship was helmed at one point in time. So the room you peek into, Arliss, there are two main things in the room. It's a pretty tight quarters. There's a what looks like a stool type of seat in the middle of the room, or it would be in the middle of the room if the fortress wasn't at a 20-degree angle, so it's kind of fallen to one side. And there's this desk, which is this kind of big piece of machinery with a bunch of couple lines of red buttons on them, each of which is labeled in Infernal. And then on the ceiling and the other wall of this tighter room is panels with tons and tons and tons of teeny little holes in them. And then these cables with little connectors on either end with a little crystal in the tip of it that are seemingly plugged at random into different bits of the holes on the wall. At the back of the room, there is a hole out into the great beyond.
Okay. How big are the holes in the wall? Like the little
peg holes? Like 8 millimeters in diameter.
If I broke one of my arrows in half, theoretically
wouldn't fit.
It
would be too big.
I'm imagining one of those like old what are they called? With
switchboards?
Yes, a switchboard. The ladies
You're correct.
Switchboard and
That is a good assumption.
All right, I'm gonna keep this in mind and go to the next room.
Cool. Yeah. Gus, you said you were looking around too, right?
Everything got really weird and cut out when you were explaining the whole upstairs, like this top deck.
There's a main bit. There's a big hole in one side that leads out into the exposed area, and then there's some rooms around it.
Yep. And on the main deck, there's like a console.
Yes.
Is there anyone currently there?
No one alive. There's a big bone devil skeleton slumped over one of the consoles.
Gus is going to investigate around those consoles.
Cool. Yeah, go for it.
Ooh.
Yarlo, in addition to hearing the cackling coming behind the door to one of the rooms, you hear behind a second room a not loud but unmistakable ka-clunk. Very mechanical.
I'm definitely going to point out both of those things to people as they are coming and going.
Good. You were investigating, Gus?
Yes, I got a 21.
It's pretty good investigation.
Yeah.
Yeah. You figured, much like you figured out the Tormentor pretty quick, you get actually like a pretty decent sense of these controls and like how they would work. And as such, it looks pretty clear that the controls are in a position that would otherwise steer the ship upward when it crashed. So it's very much not the crash that caused it to be damaged. You kind of figure out that the damage in midair is what brought it down. Additionally, the skeleton over the console, you see lots of little bite marks and teeth marks and claw marks to indicate that the Vrox have picked this thing clean.
Clean by birds.
Anything special about like the control panels? Are there like any like panels on them that I could open up or anything like that?
Yeah, and there are probably quite a few that are open of their own volition. If you were a mechanist, there'd probably be a lot of great things here to scavenge. Lots of weird little doodads and pipes and gears and switches and stuff.
Wire as far as the eye can see.
Gotta hotwire this baby. Get her out of the ground again.
Okay, interesting.
They spark occasionally. You figure if you if you were really reckless, you could probably hurt yourself pretty well with it.
Get a good jolt.
Right, Gus.
A jolt of soul power.
Arliss, you open a second room.
Okay.
And it is good that you are quiet. Because you note that there is some kind of giant insect nest that has taken hold in this particular room.
Oh no.
They don't appear particularly perturbed by your presence as of yet. But, I mean, you can make some noise if you'd like to.
I do insects.
I will refrain from making noise. Can I just, like, as cool, like, just from the doorway, just look around to see if there's anything of value in this room?
Yeah. The room itself looks very destroyed. There doesn't really seem to be anything intact with this. In fact, it is that destruction that seems to have attracted these nests. This nest in particular.
Alright, yeah, if there's nothing there, I'm going to very, very slowly leave the room and gently close the door.
Sounds good.
That room's a no-no.
Yeah, I'm gonna just kind of, if anyone's, like, around, just without saying anything, point to the door and just kind of shake no. Actually, wait, do I have chalk in my inventory?
I don't know, do you?
If you do, can you mark the one that's got some like crying on it, in it, or whatever?
Cackling.
Cackling,
Yeah.
sorry. It was a C word, that was close.
A distressing sound verb.
Regardless, yeah.
Find to at least etch in a symbol that just kind of, because I know thieves can't, and I usually imagine thieves can't as like a don't like
No entry.
just with different symbols.
Mm-hmm. Just
Bad
like,
thing.
I
big
put one
X,
for, like,
draw some bees.
Bees, hell bees.
Yeah.
Wait, what's thieves can't for? There are hell bees in this room. Please don't open it.
Whatever that is, it's on the door.
Sounds good.
Scrape it into the wall beside it.
Awesome. All right. Gideon investigates another room and heads in there for a bit and kind of rummages around and then comes back out.
Can you go up? Can I go up any higher than this room, or is this the?
This is the last one.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna sidle up next to Arliss and be like, "We need to talk very quickly."
Wow, I just muted and unmuted immediately, or other way around. Yes, he'll just quietly nod and like kind of follow, but look like he's still looking.
Mm-hmm. Advocat will kind of sidle back into like the switchboard room, and just kind of not close the door per se, but just kind of make sure that no one's listening in. All right. So we need to get the rods before Gideon does.
That's the plan, yes.
We need to make sure that he doesn't even know that the rods are here if they are. So, I was thinking perhaps you and I, or you, however we want to do this, we need to distract him and keep him from making any progress.
I have an idea, but isn't the safest in the world.
I mean...
A giant nest of hellbees.
Okay!
Yeah.
And what is it that you're proposing? Because that we feed him to the hellbees?
Nothing so dramatic. Just distract for a
Okay, so
bit of time.
we also need to be able to
Rest
functionally
behind
search. Are the
the rod.
hellbees going to disrupt
If we
that?
find it, and then
You're cutting out a lot.
Yeah, you've completely lagged out.
I love Discord.
Yeah.
Is that a no?
Yeah, I can
a
hear
little
you pretty
bit?
good now.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, you seem better.
Like on top of my microphone. I agree that we need the rods more than Gideon does. I can possibly make a diversion while the rest of you look for the rod,
We just
but
all we need is enough time for Barnaby to take a break and prepare a spell. Once we have that, then we basically have them. But
Can paladins prepare on long rest or short rest?
I believe it's. I would have to look that up. Sorry.
Eric, I think it's long rest only.
I was gonna say, probably a good thing to know, because rest up, meaning 8 hours of rest, would be a while.
Yes.
then perhaps we can convince him.
He's just going to give it up to us. At the end of the day, he doesn't serve El Terrell right now, he serves Zariel.
No, yes, he's quite determined. That much is certain. He has a rather direct mission. No, I think in this case we'll just have to be a little bit faster and try to slow him down a bit. I don't think we can convince him to take a break or diminish his pace in any way.
At least he doesn't seem to be very thorough in his search. Everything around to try and find it. If by any chance he doesn't find it in just small glances, then perhaps they will leave, give us more time. It's wishful thinking, I know, but
I don't know. I just know that we need them and he can't have them.
I entirely agree.
If you would like to search and I can play distraction, if you would like to do the distracting, it matters not to me. We need to be unified in this effort.
If you want to leave the finding to Gus and I, that should be just fine. Two of us have done quite some work in the past.
Theft.
Right?
Crimes.
I will see what I can do. Please be hasty and thorough if you can.
Of course. And he'll just kind of like duck out and just, I guess, find Gus.
Oh wait, okay. Right as soon as you start to leave, Gavkat puts a hand out and is like, don't let Yarlo find the rods and give them over to Gideon.
Why
Like
would
the
I
rats
do that? I would never.
Because he will. He absolutely will.
It's just kind of like nods.
All right.
If he'll try and find Gus after and just kind of tell him the general plan. Probably not in common.
Y'all are doing some thieves talk.
Arliss knows both. We got.
I have headcanon that Thieves' Cant is just ASL. That was obviously not ASL, but like, I have a headcanon that like
some like ninja or fucking
sign
Naruto
language just is.
No, give Yarlo. No, give Gideon. Get rod.
Get rod. Obtain rod.
Obtain rod.
Arliss, as soon as you...
Grab that rod with
money time.
As soon as Arliss is like back in like eyesight, Yarlo is like, "Oh my god, I found one!" And then it's just like some shitty
little pipe, like a bit of like a lead pipe or something.
Yeah.
Tube.
Gideon looks over and is just like,
"No, bud."
Good job.
Good effort.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna continue searching, but I'm gonna try and do like more of a thorough search.
Sure. The two rooms you've got left are the one with the clunk coming from behind it, and one with the one with the cackling coming from behind it.
Cackling.
Has anyone gone into the cackling room yet?
No one has gone into either of these rooms.
No, because there's cackling coming from behind the door. Thorn.
Barnaby hear the cackling from the.
It's very audible.
Okay.
Yeah, Gus is going to stealthy open up the door.
Cackle room.
Yes.
So in the room, there's appear to be lots and lots of shelves in this particular room, and a door at the back of it. The shelves were at one point filled with files, though almost all of the paperwork, scrolls, boxes, etc. have been strewn across the floor. And there's a humanoid hyena-looking figure in the background on just like a pile of bones, who's just like chewing on a bone, just like seems very happy with himself.
This kind of creature.
I want to pet the knoll.
Sorry,
God, man.
Arliss?
Do I recognize this kind of creature?
You would if you saw it, definitely.
Yeah.
Puppy dog.
I'm going to like, ooh, come here.
He's just like. It doesn't want to move from its nest of bones.
Yeah. I'm gonna defer to Arliss on this one, I guess.
Look to Gus and be like, you go to the other one alone. I got this, and Arliss will close the door.
You close yourself in
And that's how you take care of it. Done.
You just hear a gunshot from outside the room. You hear the cock of a shotgun followed by a whimper.
Oh my God.
I just fucking old yeller to goddamn no.
Wait, did you just... did I hear that right? Did you literally just...
Old yeller.
Scream kill it?
I actually have a plan, but I'll wait for it.
So you want me to go?
That's
Where do you want me to go?
Was kind of like inferring.
Sorry,
with
what?
like the cranks.
Cranks.
Maybe.
I'm not certain what you're referring to.
Like the other room, the one that wasn't the cackling.
Oh, the one with the clank.
Oh, the noise, the other noise, the mechanical noise.
So Arliss is directing you, Gus, to go toward the clank room.
I'll do so.
Cool.
I'm hot-footing it towards Gideon.
let's figure out what Arliss is doing before we enter the clank room.
Oh, it's fine. I'm just mildly threatening it in a friendly manner.
It doesn't look particularly threatened. It looks quite... It is very pleased with itself. It's also very thin.
Aw, he hungry. Give him some jerky.
Give him ration.
Doggy treat. For the good boy.
Yes. Sitting on a pile of devil moans, good boy.
Good boy. All dogs are good boys.
I have bad news.
You ever seen all dogs go to heaven?
Once. I think it gave me a nightmare.
God.
This is what this is like.
My God. Give it a ration.
Are you throwing the dog salted meat, I guess? It would probably be the most appropriate
Kind of
ration.
like something that would fit it the best. I just kind of pull out the bag and just throw it on the ground in front of him.
It, like, keeps gnawing on the bone for a moment, like, reaches out to grab the thing and just, like, shoves the whole thing down its throat.
Doesn't even chew.
And you just see the, like, noodle.
Nasty boy.
Speak to it. How long have you been here?
Oh gosh.
Spooky, scary doggo.
It doesn't seem to be verbal. And I mean, you would also know most gnolls aren't verbal.
Mm-hmm. Guess I would know that. Fuck.
There are a few that are, kind of, and
But
there
yeah,
are a few that really are. But
yeah,
for the most part.
But they still understand me, though.
Are you speaking in Abyssal?
Because I am.
Then yeah, it understands you. Whether or not it cares is another matter, especially for the lower tier gnolls. But it can technically understand you.
Bone.
Yeah. Dude, fucking mind meld is just like it's just like hungry, 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 hungry.
Nah.
Hungry kill, hungry
It's
kill,
just
hungry
kind of
kill,
the
hungry
thing.
kill.
Pretty much. I will give you all the meat you require if you tell me where this rod is. Or help me find this rod.
It doesn't react. And like it
No thoughts, head empty.
Grog no understand. Rod find help. Not actually, but like it's zero comment. There is no indication that what you are saying is getting through to it at all.
The lights are on, but nobody's home.
Interacting with Knowles, there's fun.
Because thick skull, but no brain.
Hey, thick skull. Less brain means more room for thick skull.
You know what? I'm just gonna leave it alone and just search the room with it around.
Seems like a good idea.
I don't know. I'm just gonna
Yeah, go for it.
he kind of like says you're worthless and abyssal and just keeps like searching.
Yeah, so you keep looking at the room.
Step on a bone to crack it.
You just out of frustration.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to care too much. Pay attention. Through the door in the back, though, you come on to another room with two main features. One is that there is the corpse of a bone devil pinned against the fallen side of the wall by a console that appears to have torn loose from the other side of the room. And the other is something of an iron cube, very firmly affixed to the floor of the room, with what appears to be 3 dials across the front of it, written in Infernal, and a crank handle.
Oh, advocate, darling.
Wait, what?
I'm gonna poke into the room where Arliss is and be like, I need advocate right now.
Oh, fine.
I need to distract Gideon. Someone else needs
sorry, that's the room nested inside of the knoll room. So Arliss sees the safe with the combo on it.
Oh, it's in the crank room.
The clank.
Can I?
Yeah, so you can
test
it
to try and open it. Yeah, or is
sure.
it just like stuck?
So it's 3 digits.
Yeah.
And there's 3 separate symbols on the front of it, each in Infernal.
Oh, I see why I needed them.
In a way of just like sometimes like they leave the code in already and it's technically unlocked, just closed.
So you're gonna try it?
It's totally a long shot.
So the handle like turns with a click and then turns back, and you now notice that there's a little gem above each of the dials, and the first one lights up red.
Okay. There's not much.
One of them, like, you gotta get it right or otherwise it fucking self-destructs or some bullshit.
I'm not gonna touch it.
Work with that no more.
Gus, the room you go into.
Yeah.
So you see now what is making the clunk noise, in that there is a large wrought iron bell, it looks like, in this room that is now slumped over to one side. And every like minute or so, it like sparks and twitches and goes like, clunk. And does that about once a minute.
Ringy inside the bell?
There's a hammer, but it's been severely dampened. Like it's pretty fucked up. Additionally, there are 2 crates in this room that appear to have survived whatever happened, full of iron flasks.
Ooh.
There's quite a few in each crate. There's 20 in each crate.
Scientific flasks or alcohol flasks?
Iron flasks. You're a thief. Roll Arcana with advantage because of thief specialty.
Probably 0, or it might be -1. Arcana. Can I get -1? 9.
Iron flasks hold bad things.
Oh.
Typically, like acids, alchemical nonsense, stuff like that.
Oh.
Useful, but also caustic.
Are they empty?
If you heft one, it feels full.
Ooh. Unscrew the top. Sneeze.
So there's a like acrid black dense liquid in it that immediately like sears your nostrils when you smell it. It's like real bad.
He's gonna take a few and just
pocket him.
Yeah, have him on his person, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
There's
There's 20
nice and tight.
There's 20 in each crate.
Oh wow,
they're pretty heavy though.
Yeah.
So I'd say like any individual could grab like 5.
Okay, I'll take 4. How would I add to that? I guess other possessions.
Iron flask.
So Gideon, if it isn't if it isn't too personal.
Yes.
You were once mortal, and now you're not. What was that change like?
Much like falling asleep and waking up.
Oh, truly. I had imagined something a bit more, volatile.
The process by which I became undead was swift, so to speak, and whilst I was not conscious of it.
Ah. Fascinating.
Given.
So it's a funny story, actually. So Elturel falls, clearly. I'm in it, still, when it falls. And just as we're breaking through to Avernus, the statue of Lathander in my temple breaks apart, and the arm falls clean onto my skull. Yeah.
What?
Out like a light.
That is...
I wake up, covered in rubble.
Dreadful
Weird eyes,
symbolism.
claws. Whole deal.
How dramatic.
Yeah.
But also anticlimactic. Unfortunate.
We take what we can get, I suppose.
I mean, I suppose luckily for you, it hasn't seemed to detract any from your general physique appearance. One would even say that maybe it's to your favor. I don't know.
Your comments are appreciated.
Gay energy.
Advocat, was it?
Yes.
Curious.
Advocat as sincerity. At your service.
Oh, that is the Kylan tradition, is it not? The
yes.
virtue names.
That is true.
Curious.
It is.
Curious. I suppose that could be a name. Curious.
I know a curious.
Oh, fascinating.
She's very sweet.
continue searching. He's in a series of small rooms that each have a desk on it. What are you trying to tell us? Just say it, Matt. Just say what you're trying. Say what you're trying to say. I can't read your pencil.
Stop flirting with my boyfriend! Damn it!
Your boyfriend's an asshole.
Yeah.
I hope you know that.
There's a the room that you're in is there's a series of small desks. They're sized. They look to be sized for imps. That have like a typewriter contraption on them attached to a horn, and then with 2 more horns on either side, like pointed toward the seat. Looks to be some kind of communication device.
Peculiar. I wonder if this is still functional at all. I have doubts. Shit. Advocate's just trying to figure out how to, like... I feel every time that, like, Gideon starts, like, looking in earnest, Advocate just kind of, like, sidles into his view. And it's just, like, being completely obstructive while trying
Would it
to...
be untoward to ask you to make a deception check?
No, because this is definitely Advocate being
What you were doing,
manipulative.
yeah.
Oh, son of a bitch. So that'll be an 11. I just rolled poorly.
Well, not that poorly. What's the best? Gideon's humoring you. I think would be the best way to put it. You know, in the way where you're like speed dating and you still got 30 seconds to go, but the conversation has definitely ended. So you're just like sitting there across from someone like, yeah, and they're clearly way more interested in you than you are. And that's how he's treating you. It's just like, wow, neat.
Completely fair.
But he doesn't get your ruse, so.
Oh.
See, and he knows it.
Yeah.
Can we presume that they keep up this?
Yeah, you continue to do as such. I believe one of you intended to fetch for Advocate.
The thing is, I don't... I kind of need him, but at the same time... Can I just try... Is there any kind of role I can do to, like, try and help me with this?
What are you attempting to do precisely?
Figure this out without, like, trying to see what each letter in Infernal means.
Sure.
Because I have a proficiency in Arcana. I have no idea if that would help me.
Why would you not get me?
Certainly distracting.
Let's fucking do a tag. You know, like I tag
Tag
you
me
in.
Coach.
Yeah, we swap out for a hot minute.
Put me in, Coach.
You take my place for a second. I figure shit out.
I do have a proficiency
Arliss comes
in
out and starts asking the exact same questions.
Arliss is like draped over one of the consoles. Oh, dear, it's so hot in Avernus here.
Is it hot in hell or is it just you?
Bad because Arliss is so
fucking hot shot.
Just so much more overt all of a sudden.
fucking pale too,
What?
so it's just like it's
Like-
just bad.
Going from like coy but unsubtle to like fighter in a tavern tier, like, you wanna fuck?
Want some fook?
Would you like to see me naked?
because I would like to see you.
I'm thinking of the fucking Bowerbird video that's like, let me smash.
Yeah, let me see.
No.
You may hot swap if you so desire. So is that what you are going? That doesn't have to be the tactic you attempt. But would you like to tag out?
Yeah. I will, and just kind of casually just pull Advocat to the side. As casually as I can. And just kind of fill him in on the chest in the null room. Or past the null room.
And you're sure I don't have to worry about the null?
He's stupid. If he does anything, just slap him. It'll be fine. Throw him a bone.
Oh, fair enough. I'll take a look. You accompany our newfound friend Gideon for a bit, will you?
Absolutely. I'm quite curious about the history between, well, two accompanied friends again. It'll be quite genuine, I promise. Good luck. And, be careful.
Advocate gives a silly salute and just kind of walks off.
No, yeah. I mean, Arliss is just kind of walk up to him, and he's not gonna do anything so, like, overt. It's just simply asking questions about, like, life as a cleric or life as a clergy member. Just kind of like the same debate he had with Barnaby before and Yarlow before.
I think I would still like you to make... Tell you what. I want you to make a deception check. But I want you to add your religion modifier to it. To attempt to engage him in, like, a theological debate.
I have a +7 for deception, so do I add my +3 in religion to that?
Just roll deception.
So it'd be a +10.
Don't worry about it. Okay. I'll give you advantage for the premise.
Okay. You have advantage, you said?
Yes. Keep having to flip back to Gideon's stat block.
Or do I not have advantage?
You do have advantage.
I do? Okay. Ooh. 19?
It's good. It was a good roll, and it is important that you did a good roll. Gideon rolled pretty well that time.
We out here.
Yeah, so you engage him in a fairly reasonable debate, presumably about, like, changes in allegiance and, like, what that kind of means theologically and, like, what's the whole deal.
Exactly. As
very
someone
different conversation giving someone who split from a god as opposed to someone very lawfully devoted to one.
He'll probably include Yarlow in the conversation if possible, just to be kind of like not distracting on all counts, but just kind of like make it feel like it's inclusive. Just like, oh, Yarlow, what are your opinions on the matter? Things like that.
I want to have the tail end of this discussion when we return.
But
only the tail end. Only like the last 4 sentences of this conversation. So, I'll have to think about that. So, Advocat, you and Gus are you've arrived at the safe room. Mm-hmm. You recognize the infernal script as numbers on the front of the safe. It's currently set to 235. The digits go from 0 to 9 on each one.
Okay. And there was some other infernal script? There was like... Is there only... Wait, okay. So it's just a numerical code.
Correct.
And it did a red light on the first one?
Right.
Okay.
There were 3 lights?
Because there's 3.
There are 3 lights and 3 tumblers.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that marker means that it's gonna explode. I think it just means that number is wrong. So, but the fact that it didn't just glow red on the other two. Okay, I'm gonna keep flipping the first number. I'm gonna flip it one more time and then try that.
Could you just tell me what combination you put in? What combination of 3 numbers?
What is it right now?
235 currently.
Then I'll flip it to 335.
Yes. The second pip lights up red.
Oh shit. Okay. That's bad.
You only got one more chance.
Why was this important for me to do then? Shit. I thought that maybe there was like a hint or something.
I can't read Infernal.
Is there any way for me to pry this thing open?
You can do a brief investigation check if you would like.
Any way to get this thing open without using the code? That'd be a 15.
Yeah, so you can tell that it's airtight and watertight, and inches thick.
Gosh, darn it.
If you'd like a fun additional detail, it is attached to the floor with sovereign glue.
Can't even yank it out of the...
Which can only be undone with
by the universal solvent.
The universal solvent, yes.
What's in the flask?
I was about to say, what if I...
Is the flask the universal?
Yeah, I'm gonna open up a flask of this disgustingness and like just pour like a drop of it out by for that.
So it hits the ground and kind of hisses and dribbles down the floor in the direction that it's sloped, but it doesn't seem to do any dissolving. It just smells awful and is acrid.
Gee.
It's this thick black viscous liquid.
Bro.
Oh, this is dreadful.
Dahlia and help when we need her. She still has the solvents.
God.
This is the point, if we were playing Call of Cthulhu, that I would ask one of you to make an idea check.
Is there a way we can
I'm going to ask you to make an intelligence check to do the same thing. To try and just be like, I want to think of it. It's the I roll for hint skill.
Okay. I'm bad at the roll for hint skill because I have a -1.
I'll still give you an idea.
I got a 2, which turned into a 1.
Hold on.
You think you should just try all the combinations?
We just go one at a time through all of it.
Advocate has
only
a natural
10,000.
Nat 20.
Advocate has big, huge galaxy brain moment as he rolls a fucking unnatural 20. Just big brain moment.
You recall the room you just went through, the one with the knoll in it, was filled with paperwork and records.
I was good. Yeah. I was thinking about that, and I'm like, who would? I mean, at least for me, I would never write down the combination, but we're going. We'll take a look at it.
Advocate's gonna start scrounging.
Papers.
Yeah. For the sake of speed, you do some searching. You find a piece of paper that looks like a written note that was probably posted on a board at one point that just says, like, the specific wording is, when in doubt, spell out the number of the beast.
3 numbers.
My god. Is it the number of the beast? Is it really gonna be 666?
Hey, I mean, we're in hell.
Advocate puts in 666.
Do you pull the crank?
Yes.
The safe door swings open smoothly.
So fucking bad.
Oh my god.
I should have just thrown that out there.
It never would have occurred to me. I mean, you know what? As we always say, subtlety is for fuckers.
Subtlety is for fuckers. I agree.
Sweet. What's in that? What's
The
in that?
password
So
is
inside
actually
are
password.
6 rods made of what looks like a very shiny, polished, heavy metal.
Cover them up.
Each are about a foot long and they weigh 3 pounds each. They're engraved with infernal runes, which Advocate you can read that say Solar Insidiator Lock on them.
Whoa. Intense. Cool.
Followed by a number 1 through 6. Each rod has a different number on them.
All right. We need to sneak these down to Barnaby. Or get Barnaby up here, or whoever can carry. I don't think we can handily sneak these out between the two of us. So if you retrieve Barnaby, I'll stand guard mostly. I make sure nothing happens.
If you try and sneak these downstairs, Gus, I'll give you your Avernus bonus for it.
Avernus bonus?
The thing I sent you at the beginning of the campaign.
Yeah, the secret thing that we have.
Right.
The abilities that we all have.
Which I think only I have used.
Yes, you're right. I forgot about that.
Mine's technically always happening. It just hasn't been useful yet, necessarily.
Fair. That's fair.
See, yeah. Stealth. Okay. I'm going to take them all.
Stuff in pouch.
Yes. Is it really clangly?
They're quite heavy. They're less loud than they are just bulky. So they're a little bit difficult to conceal, particularly for a kobold. But given a proper what's the skill?
So actually, on doing that, putting that in my pack, I'm also going to go back to the other room where there's all of the flasks. Mm-hmm. I'm going to take a ton of them in my arms to be like, I'm carrying such heavy stuff.
That's very really good. That's
really
very good. You can go ahead and take inspiration for that. That's very clever.
I like that. Good.
Yeah, as he's going to take this stuff out with him, he's not going to make it obvious that he's doing it, but if anyone were to ask him, he's going to be like, I got this crazy goop, and pour it out onto the ground.
Just make a big stink.
You're
gross.
pouring it out onto the ground?
If someone, like I said, I'm going to be walking away with just a ton of flasks on me, and if someone questions like why I'm doing it, I'm going to do that. That's only if someone questions me. So
makes sense. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't think anyone questions you. I think you just like, I don't even your ability's great. I don't even know if you have to roll. I think this is just such a good ruse. And it just makes a lot of sense. You can get to
You just do the thing.
You just do. Sometimes it turns out. I've said this before. If you figure out a clever way to do a thing, I'll usually just let you do it. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm also going to remove the once per session clause on your ability. I'll send that to you later.
Sounds good.
So, you make it downstairs with a handful of iron flasks full of dubious liquid, and 6 adamantine rods. Barnaby is there. Barnaby, what have you been up to?
Barnaby is sitting down on the ground, leaned up against the back. He looks like at first he was standing guard, but then he just kind of slid down on the wall and fell asleep.
Aw, I think you big boy take a nap.
There's just some soft trumpet noises coming out of his out of his trunk
trumpet
every time
noises.
he breathes.
Hoot. Hoot.
Sad trumpet noises.
More like
Yeah.
dad trumpet noises, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the kobold. That's how I'm going to refer to Gus from now on. Gus arrives downstairs rather loudly, probably loudly enough to wake you up, with a whole bunch of stuff.
Rattle, rattle, rattle.
I was standing guard. Gus, why are you carrying those flasks? What's in those flasks? What's in those flasks, Gus?
Dubious liquids. And he's just going to like place them on the ground. Not like actually, it's iron, right?
Yep.
Put them on the ground, not like yeet them on the ground so they'd spill all over the place. But they're made of iron, so it doesn't care that much. Yeah.
Unceremoniously drop.
And then he's going to open up his bags, just like a ooh, to Barnaby.
Barnaby opens up his significantly larger Loxodon-sized bag and says, and just gestures, "Give him here, give him here, give him here." Chink, 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 into the pack.
Transfer.
Closes up. Should I perhaps make my leave then? Perhaps get some
So-
distance between it.
Yes, you could use your bike, and I don't know where you should head, though.
Is the storm still out there?
No. The storm has passed somewhat. Additionally, Yarlo, you'd seen a trio of riders approaching. They're maybe 100 feet away.
Yeah, that was gonna say it's about time, huh? I just remembered them.
So they're pretty close to arriving at the base of the
Start
fortress.
hearing engines.
Convenient.
Can we hear these engines or see these engines from where we are?
Yes, you can. In fact, I think it pulls Arliss, Yarlo, and Gideon out of the end of their conversation.
What is the end of this conversation as we had?
So I'm not saying
mentioned.
everyone goes to hell, but honestly, I really just think that there's no real proof that the upper planes are any better structurally or personally than the lower planes.
Oh my god.
I am
You
fascinated.
can't fight logic.
I'm fascinated that you think that.
I just think the preservation of free will is so much more important than raw pleasure or desire.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, obviously, I disagree with you, but I don't even know how to
So
respond
do you
to
think
that.
Tell you what,
Do you think
I'll stay
is
here.
going to go-
You go to heaven, and we'll compare notes.
I
Heaven
like
is
that
so
plan.
overrated. Only the cool kids go to hell.
Send me to heaven. How do I get there? You have to kill me,
I'm
I'll
not
go. I'll do
certain.
it.
You know, if I knew, I thought I knew, and then a statue fell on me. But you know, we'll see.
And you
I'd
brought up
love
here.
to know. I'd really love to talk to someone. Honestly, the only folks I've talked to who've been to heaven are angels, and all of them. Well, one's dead.
Well, they're all. They have a lot of.
The other
bias,
one's also
so
dead,
they've
and the last
fallen.
one's Ariel.
Nice. Anyways, the upper planes.
Yes.
It doesn't sound ideal.
Yeah, I was about to say, and then machine sounds happen. It looks like you've all been stealthy enough that the Vrox have dispersed somewhat, and unless you make a real hell of a clatter up here, you're probably fine.
Okay.
I mean, there's always time.
Seeing
Yeah,
the-
Gus is gonna stealthily make his way down to back to the Hell Rider car.
Rad.
Barnaby's going to lay on hands, like just the rest of his pool on himself. That's healing 22 points.
Sounds good. Those of you who are watching the riders approach, note there's 3 vehicles. There's one Tormentor with not a figure behind a wheel, but it looks kind of like a floating object at a distance with some shiny bits. And additionally, some small gnome-looking creatures with red caps, and then a bunch attached to the exterior with black caps.
Fucking.
And then the other 2 vehicles are each Devil's Rides piloted by small black feathered creatures.
Bro!
Alright, we're fine. We're good.
There's squad!
Can I
What up?
Who? Wait, who is this
I want
supposed
to fuck
be?
with the red caps from here. Can I do that?
You want to fuck with the red caps from here?
I do, from where we are.
How would you intend to do so?
I want to take one of, like, the assorted trinkets that I have in my bag. I'm going to find one that's, like, extra shiny, and I just want to drop it and just watch them all scurry to it once they get off the vehicle.
Yeah, once the trio vehicles make their approach, you see that the one piloting the Tormentor is Barnabas the Flame Skull.
Yeah.
Who is controlling the controls with Mage Hand. And the 2 figures on the Devil's Rides are Chukka and Clonk.
Barnaby will be making his way down with Gus.
Yeah, I think Barnaby's probably the first one down. Likely. Unless Gus just, like, sprints past him.
Every 2 runs.
Yeah. Chukka and Clonk take a look at the vehicles first. They're very much, like, curious that there would be other people here, especially 3 vehicles worth of people here already.
Do they also want?
Who knows?
Everybody wants the goddamn rods.
Yeah, so they're down there. Who of you reveal yourselves? Barnaby, almost definitely first, right?
Yeah, definitely Barnaby. Barnaby reveals himself and says, "Oh, I was not expecting to see familiar faces so soon.
Ah,
hello there,
big one.
Hello." Barnaby will just go and like give like a hearty like I don't know shake.
Yeah.
Clap on the shoulder to Chukka and Clonk.
Chukka and Clonk are particularly happy to see you.
Gus is going to like make a hissing noise and go roughhouse with the red caps.
Go do some wrestling.
Yes.
Just start doing Mickey with them.
The Mickey.
Doing the Mickey.
Yeah. I as folks start to leave, I think Gideon specifically to Yarlo and Arliss before you all get down there is mostly just like, well, I'll keep the search, I suppose. If you'd all like to find, greet our visitors or something, I suppose. Make sure we're not going to be stabbed in the back or anything.
Yes, I do believe that this is our cue to maybe make to speak with our friends and then maybe make our exit. But
hope you found what you came for, I suppose. I'll keep looking.
Yes, good luck in your search.
Valiant.
I do hope to perhaps hear from you again sometime, Gideon.
Like I said, we'll see.
Advocate will just give a kind of like polite half bow and start walking back towards the vehicles.
Arliss also will.
So what brings you all to this destination? Just kind of gestures to this company of
salvage.
Salvage. Oh yes, plenty to be had over here. Although many undesirable slugs and avian creatures to be here for sure.
A portion of those, but
a portion.
I know a good spot where you can get some stuff up in there. You go all the way up to the top floor, the control panel, open it up. Tons of good shit.
We'll see. Good to know.
Just between me and your friends here.
Yes, and curious thing, there's a servant of Zariel up there, of all things.
Fancy.
Fancy indeed.
Don't bother him, however. I mean, he's minding his own business. He has his own things that he's...
No time for soldiers, only scrap.
Well, there's plenty of that to be had. Happy scrapping, and then the Advocate just starts climbing back into the fucking...
We go!
Yep. Done here.
Yarlo, are you headed down with them?
Yeah, give me a second.
Hello, so what, wait, Barnabas, right? That's the mage.
Yeah.
Barnabas, we actually came here following a little bit of an inkling. Actually, we didn't come here for it. What you say? Our friend Gideon over there came searching for some platinum rods. Would you happen to know anything about what value they would have?
Good axles. Probably.
Good axles.
What fucking voice is this? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not much of a machinist myself, but I suppose the physical material of it would be quite advantageous. Platinum, you say? It's a valuable currency, though that means less here.
Not platinum, I mean adamantine.
Adamantine. Powerful magical properties, stronger than steel, all that. It's very good at containing things.
Like so to say, like we're one to pin down, chains with it. It would not break easily, would it?
Unlikely, I suppose. Though then you'd need adamantine chains as well, because that would be your weak point.
I suppose. All right. Well, thank you very much. Apologies. We should be going ourselves. Should we, Ambassador? Shouldn't we, Ambassador?
Oh yes. Let's make haste.
Yeah. I apologize.
Can we stop at the Dragon Tower on the way back?
Gus, it's a tower full of dragons. Like,
which makes
know anything about
dragons.
We've already got the dungeons. We just need the dragons.
Listen, I've encountered a dragon exactly once, and it took the entire wealth of our city to satiate its greed. We are so poor right now. It's not even funny. It would have raised the entire city. Let's not. I would rather not.
Question to True. Who was the dragon at the end of New Kyle?
Terran.
Gonna make me remember
Terran?
names. I was about to say.
Yeah, I don't know.
That campaign left my mind the last session.
Fair.
all the 1,000 names I created for that campaign.
It was an ancient black
Terran.
dragon.
Alrighty.
Yeah, ancient black dragon, not the same dragon.
No, I wasn't expecting that. I couldn't remember.
But yeah, good to know. Go down in the history books.
Barnaby's gonna pull Advocat aside. For a moment. So I'm not literally pulling you. I'm literally
just pull you over here.
Just perhaps
lift and
just perhaps a proposal. Perhaps this wizard knows how to identify magical artifacts. Perhaps we show them an adamantine rod. Perhaps have them identify it. See what happens. We don't know what these do.
We expose these very valuable and very difficult to obtain items to a third party that we don't even know?
I mean, we do
suggest
know
just
them.
bringing him to battle.
I don't trust
Have I talked about the greed of dragons before? Have I said that in the last 10 seconds about how greedy they are?
I was not talking about the dragon. I was talking about the wizard here.
What is it doing at the dragon tower? On the bridge of the dragon tower, it's guarding.
I'm not talking about the dragons. I'm not talking about the dragon tower. I'm talking about the skull wizard right in front of us right now.
Oh my gosh.
Perhaps.
I don't like that either, frankly. I don't like. These are the types who just kind of.
Number one tip on stealing things: don't tell anyone you stole those things.
I'm just thinking we don't know what we're
The more people know about this, the more danger we're in than ever. This is already dangerous enough.
Okay, it was just a suggestion.
We got the goods. That alone is a fucking miracle. Let's leave.
Just very uncomfortable seeing what these adamantine rods could do. I'm very apprehensive about them. That's all. Okay, so yeah. Let's go.
Has Yarlo returned?
Oh, I didn't even know.
Before we embark.
Oh yeah, I'm with y'all.
Okay. You didn't hear anything.
These are not the rods you're looking for.
I probably honestly didn't hear anything because I think I'd just got back. I probably stayed and talked with Gideon for a hot second. Just to be hey, good seeing you again. Hope we don't have to fucking kill each other. I don't know that you have the rods, no. And I think I don't know if Gideon would notice that I'm looking very quizzically as to why we're leaving, and I think Yarlo has also forgotten what were we even looking for in the first place? We're helping him look for the rods. Why are we here? So he's like, we're leaving. Okay, well, sure, whatever. So I think, yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't know if Gideon notices my confusion, but I am confused. And I will probably bring it up to Yarlo, as we're gearing up and getting ready to go, as I get into the torment or whatever, I'd be like, so did we get what we were looking for? I forget what we were in there for.
Gus is gonna pull out the flask and be like, yeah, we're here.
Oh God, liars! You're all liars.
You're one of us now, Barnaby. You've been called. You're a part of the lie as well.
I didn't want to be part of it. I never wanted to be part of this.
Too bad.
I didn't have to be.
One of us. One of us.
What are you doing, man?
Wow, that's so evil. Does Barnaby say that you're all liars out loud?
No. This is just me speaking.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Barnaby's conscious.
Actually, he probably said if this happens, he would make sure that Yarlo doesn't hear. But yeah.
Heathens.
Heathen is a touch too. Barnaby doesn't have any problem with the people who don't believe in Torm.
They're just
Except
unfortunate.
Doesn't have a problem with anyone except me.
Yeah, specifically you, and increasingly Advocat.
So you're off on your way then?
Yep,
Yeah.
on our way back.
All right, so you're headed back to the forge then?
I believe so. I don't think we have any other stops in between.
Yeah, Gaunt's just wants to like give him to this person, have him off his person, so there's no tracing the fact that we stole these rods.
You know how fencing works. You're very much in the loop.
Yeah.
Awesome. So you're headed back to the forge. It's easier to go back because you know both locations now. But I would
We're
still
also
like,
in a storm.
go ahead and roll someone who's driving. Gus, you're driving. Can you go ahead and roll
Correct.
2d6 and tell me if they match?
Right?
That's such a strange thing.
1 and a 4.
All right, cool. Yeah, so you think you're relatively on course, and you're driving, and you're around the area where you're in the in view of the Draconic Tower. You hear something of a rumbling, and Arliss, your harpoon position faces backwards typically, right?
I mean, I suppose.
If you are, then so happen to be looking backwards. To remember the dark spots on the horizon. They're somewhat closer now. They're much more presently very dark, furred, sharp-toothed, very much more defined. I suppose you could describe them as a horde. In quantities that blanket the landscape, so to speak.
Oh.
Do they happen to look like the shit that's on the map? That's like the black, creepy.
No, they look like the knoll you saw up in the top of the flying fortress, but in orders of thousands, so to speak.
Oh, fuck me.
And they appear to be running in your direction toward in the same way you're going.
Oh, so they're like
they're behind you.
Okay.
And also increasingly to the side of you. In fact, you note where the other the were-rat and were-boar's crew was previously on the vehicles. You see those vehicles off in the distance upended and wrecked, and something of a swarm of gnolls around it.
Oh.
We'll see that.
Yeah, put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, I think that's a good place to end it for today.
Woo.
Gus is going full speed as fast as this fucker can go.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Thank you for playing. I'm gonna boop the recording.